Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Proctor and Michigas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Pro said, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. Today's Friday, April 17th, 2026. Wow, lots of stuff popped off yesterday, huh? Crazy. How's everybody doing? Well, if you're living under a rock and you didn't hear about it, to the surprise of absolutely no one, yesterday afternoon, some of the HOS defendants in the Karen Read trials have sued Karen Read and TURTLEBOY together in a defamation lawsuit. To wit, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins. The Brians, Colin, and Jen. They've sued Karen and Aiden for defamation. Is it going to be successful? We'll talk about it. Does it have anything to do with the Sandy Hook case? No. Except that one of the lawyers representing the plaintiffs in this new case filed in Barnstable Superior Court did represent, I think, some of the plaintiffs, at least in the Sandy Hook case, in which a record-breaking verdict of $1.4 billion was obtained by a jury in the case against Alex Jones. And my understanding, I haven't looked that deeply into the Alex Jones case. However, I think he was in default. And so that's different. I don't think Karen and Aiden are going to default on this case. I think they're going to fight it vigorously. And if they are able to get this case dismissed on an anti-SLAPP motion, the plaintiffs are going to be responsible for the attorney's fees of the defendants. And so we're going to see what happened. Or what is going to happen. What I do think, though, is that I don't think there's any way we're going to get through this entire complaint today. And I'm going to tell you why. It's 50 pages long. And thankfully, it has hyperlinks. And so we're going to hyperlink town today because I think it's so important to look at, listen to, and in some cases read the hyperlinks that are cited in the plaintiff's complaint so that you can see exactly what it is that they're alleging that Aiden Kearney said for the most part and whether or not it rises to the level of defamation. There is also something that used to be called the Streisand effect that I am now calling the Afroman effect for any of you who followed the Afroman trial with me. Afroman became famous in like the year 2000 with his famous song that still people saying no because I got high. And what had happened was after Afroman's door was banged down and I don't know if it was a legal search, but the search warrant was a little sus based on some allegations by a person who was a known liar. And they were looking for kidnapping victims in a dungeon in his basement and stuff like that. And he wasn't even home. And the police in his town banged down his door and searched his house looking for kidnapping victims in his suit pockets. And so after they destroyed his home, he wanted them to pay for the damages to his home. And they sort of just laughed at him. And they're like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. So what did he do? He took the surveillance video from inside his own home of these officers banging his door down and destroying his house, one of whom in the kitchen looked very lovingly at his mama's pound cake, lemon pound cake, that was sitting on the counter like he really, really, really wanted a slice. So what did Afroman do? The same thing I do when I get trolled. I make merch. He made merch. He made some songs about lemon pound cake, and Randy Walters is an SOB, and he made some songs about another officer named Melisa. And he said some things and he posted some things about one of the cops being a pedo. It was really his brother who was the pedo. He actually was convicted of being a pedo. And nobody would have known about this, and it would not have garnered the worldwide attention that it did, except for the cops sued Afroman. And they wanted all the profits from all of his merch and all of his viral videos in which he talked about these cops. And now they are all at a level of fame that they never probably, and fame not in a good way, that they never probably would have had they not decided to sue Afroman. Afroman won, by the way. The jury acquitted him of defamation, and it wasn't that long of a verdict. I think it was the same afternoon they got the case. Lemon pound cake is always delicious. We've got an actual little icon for it over there in the corner. There's the lemon pound cake. So is this going to be kind of like the Afroman effect? I don't know. You guys decide. I mean, the Kearney case is known worldwide, and there's plenty of people who watched it. But is this case going to garner more attention, and will it have the unattended effect of giving the plaintiffs in this case so much more attention, and maybe not in a good way, than they would have had they not brought this lawsuit? Will the mainstream media cover it? They seem to be so far, right? And so, as I always say, sometimes you better want what you wish for, because it's just going to draw more attention to it. Where this might have been just a local Massachusetts story where people might have only recognized the plaintiffs in Massachusetts. Why do you want to drag it on for another, I don't know, 10 years? They are defendants in Karen Reed's federal case. Karen Reed didn't originally bring that case in federal court, but these defendants moved it to federal court. Colin Albert is not a defendant in that case. But Karen Reed's case is not for defamation. It's for conspiracy and other things. And so we're going to read it. We're going to go to the hyperlinks. We're going to talk about defamation and all the things. All the things. But again, it's going to take hours and hours and hours. So if you want a 1-hour version of this complaint and legal analysis, I suggest you wait for Peter, the lawyer you know, to do it, because he does it and he does it well, and he does it in an hour, maybe an hour and a half if it's really long. But we're going to the hyperlinks on this because I have not seen a lot of these things that are in the hyperlinks. And I want to. Don't you? All right, let's take a look. Let's go right to the lawsuit because we've got no time to waste. Hold, please. But before we do that, let's say hello to some people in the chat. So there's a couple of new members. Lorinda, welcome. Most talkative, welcome. Thank you, Mrs. Bouquet, for your super sticker. And hello to Harrison. Thank you for sending me a picture of him yesterday and via email. Kippy Hippie says, in cupcakes we trust. Thanks, Melanie, for all you do. Oh, thank you so much. On top, thank you for your super sticker. Thank you, Buzzing for Truth. Calls me Melanie the Cupcake Queen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kel says, good afternoon. Was wondering if on a slower drama-free day we could have a live with Melanie and the Law Girls together. I would love to hear more about them. They have their own channel, and so they do their own live streams. I'm sure they can tell you everything that you need to know about them. It's very difficult for me to plan guests because my schedule is so crazy that I can barely find time to do my own shows alone. That's why I don't have guests a lot anymore. Aries says, happy to be here with Queen Mel for all the insight. Also, just a blanket warning, whatever you type in the chat, you are responsible for if the mods don't get to it and it's defamatory and you are typing defamatory stuff in the chat. Just be forewarned about that. Not a great idea. I don't know why I can't find the chat on my phone. I usually watch the chat on my phone. Hold, please. YouTube has been really, really glitchy lately. As always. What else is new? Clamasu says, I have named this group the BBCJ group. We have to keep these people categorized properly. Oh, and another thing, for those of you who do choose to wait on the cesspool of Twitter, and for all of you who have sent me the craziness that is going on over there with that woman who will not be named on this channel, who is a lawyer, who has been writing some crazy shit about me on Twitter. This person does not, I got off a very long phone call right before I come on to do this live. This person does not speak for the Reed family, okay? She does not speak for the Reed family. So any allegations that she's making about me and Karen Reed hates me and all this other BS she's spewing out there and throwing out the $100 super chats to remain somewhat relevant, don't believe everything you read on the internet, okay? Just don't believe it. Except when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. I will leave you with that. I will leave you with that. Here it is. Laura says, looks like the band is back together. Aiden, Karen, Dream Team, and their experts. Good luck, McAlberts. You're going to need it. Thanks for your 10. Oh, and thanks, Karen DePasquale, for gifting 5 memberships. Will Karen and Aiden kiss and make up? That remains to be seen. Are they fighting together against this lawsuit? Will at least their attorneys be aligned? Yes. Thank you, Karen DePasquale. I appreciate you so much. And to all the people out there who thought that you couldn't support Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney, a lot of them are out there. A lot of them are people who were free Karen Reed all the way, who have also been trashing me and many other creators on, whatever social media that I think they're relevant on. Congratulations to you, because by encouraging someone to release Aiden Kearney's entire phone extraction, it may have given these plaintiffs some more ammunition and some more evidence that they allege may go to show defamation and conspiracy by Aiden and Karen. So well done to you by fractioning the whole entire support system for Karen Reed for your own personal gains. Well done. That's wild to me. It's wild. Thank you, Karen. Many of you saw it. Many of you called it out in real time. But here we are. And thank you, Just a Baby, Just a Cupcake, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, many people have turned and they pretend to be free Karen Reed and all that. But it's you can see. I know you guys can see. You can see through it. All right, here we go. Let's go. And this is filed in Barnstable County, which is down the Cape. Down the Cape. Very interesting. It's not Norfolk County, where 3 of them, I think, reside. 3 of the plaintiffs reside in Norfolk County, but they didn't choose to bring this case in Norfolk County. Why do you think that is? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? Oh, I don't know, because everyone in Norfolk County knows about this case, and perhaps they will not be on the side of the plaintiffs in this case. And so it would be far better for them to go to Barnstable, where Higgins lives. That is a proper venue. It can be the residence of any of the plaintiffs or the defendants. And so they have chosen to go down the Cape. Interestingly enough, you know who else owns a house down the Cape? Judge Kearney. She's not a judge in Barnstable County yet. And I heard she may be retiring, but I don't know. But it's very, very interesting. And so here we are in Barnstable County, state court, Barnstable Superior. Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Brian Higgins, plaintiffs against Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney. Introduction. This case arises from a multi-year conspiracy orchestrated by Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney to subvert and prejudice the criminal justice process in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Through a coordinated scheme, Reed and Kearney sought to protect and enrich themselves by defaming, harassing, and tormenting the plaintiffs who served as witnesses in connection with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts investigation into the death of John O'Keefe and its prosecution of Reed for his murder. Something else just came to me, and if I don't tell you right away when it comes to me, I might forget to tell you. Doesn't it make it a little bit more interesting how hard Cosgrove and the Commonwealth has been fighting to extract Karen Reed's phones, her second set of phones that they seized in January of 2024? Because remember, they did a total extraction on the phones they got in January of 2022, which, as we listened to the other day in Tully's IA interview, it took them something like 7 months to jailbreak her phone using Gray Key. That's when Proctor started going through it. No nudes so far, etc. They had the total extraction of that phone, but crazily enough, her location data had been somehow wiped from that phone while it was in the possession of the MSP. That's crazy too, right? I mean, because they wouldn't have had to do all the gymnastics involved with the 3-point turn and the where the car was. They would have had her location data. And all of a sudden it was just missing, right? So crazy. But it makes it even more interesting to why? Why did they want to so badly to the point where they hired Cosgrove to do it? Extract Karen Reed's second set of phones to try and, I don't know, help the HOS defendants in their civil case? Or were they really trying to get criminal charges against Aidan Karen for this exact thing? Conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. Ask yourselves that question. The phone was eventually ordered to be released, but now it gets to be held until if and when the Commonwealth files an appeal on that. All of these things tie together, and it's not just the Karen Reed, Aidan Kearney saga. It's Sandra Birchmore and many other cases throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Right? It is. That's right. The grand jury said no. The grand jury said no. They did not indict the ham sandwich of Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney back in March of 2024. But they want to try and try and try and try again. And after the change in administration, after Michael Morrissey is out, and hopefully maybe Adam Deitch is in as district attorney, things are going to change. If you live in Norfolk County, make sure you vote. Make sure you vote. It is interesting that they've dragged Colin back in, because you know what, Melisa? Now everything with Collins is going to be discoverable. His total phone extraction will be discoverable. And just because you delete stuff from your phone doesn't mean it's not still in the cloud. Proctor learned it the hard way. Proctor learned it the hard way. And so if there's anything about Colin's phones indicating that he was at 34 Fairview after the time that they said he left at 12:10, it could be a problem for him. This is opening up a whole can of worms that I guess they don't care. They don't care if it's opening a whole can of worms. Interesting also that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert both destroyed their phones. And remember how hard Karen Reed sought to get their phones before the first trial, and how many Rule 17 motions were made, and how hearings were canceled, and how Brian Albert and Brian Higgins destroyed their phones prior to having to turn them over, prior to the court order. Very interesting. Now they're going to have to turn them over. And just because you cracked your SIM card in half doesn't mean it's not still in the cloud, right? I don't know. I don't know who's advising them. But destroying the phones in and of itself, a jury could find consciousness of guilt. But I'm pretty sure the technology is there to get the stuff. because Proctor had a new phone, got his new phone in February of 2024, and his attorney said to the court, listen, you can download it, but you're not going to find anything, because when he got his new phone in February 2024, he set everything to auto delete every 30 days. So yeah, we'll give it to you, but you're probably only going to get 30 days worth of stuff. They handed it over. The Commonwealth extracted the phone, and they got something like data going all the way back to 2012. Hundreds of thousands of items. I don't know. I mean, if they've got nothing to hide, then I guess they don't care. And so we'll see. Here we go. Again. More specifically, Reed and Kearney conspired to defame and did defame the plaintiffs by falsely asserting, among other things, that they were responsible for O'Keefe's death, conspired to conceal their roles in his death, and framed Reed for murder. The plaintiffs are now and have always been entirely innocent of any involvement in O'Keefe's tragic death. Reed's and Kearney's calculated operation to assassinate the character and reputations of the plaintiffs has caused incalculable harm, subjecting them to a daily tidal wave. Oh, please. A daily tidal wave of hatred, harassment, and intimidation. While the damage to these plaintiffs has been catastrophic, Reed's and Kearney's lies have also caused a rupture within the Canton, Massachusetts community, poisoning the community's cohesion and discourse. Reed's and Kearney's lies, which were amplified by a vigorous public relations campaign, tainted the criminal prosecution of Reed and deprived the O'Keefe family and the Commonwealth of the justice they deserve. Okay, so now your lawsuit is on behalf of the entire Canton community, the Commonwealths, and the O'Keefes? Huh. The plaintiffs bring the civil action to finally hold Reed and Kearney accountable for the wreckage that their conduct has caused and to prove in a public forum governed by the rules of evidence that Reed and Kearney individually and collectively pursued a deliberate scheme to spread lies about the plaintiffs, use social media and other amplification means to achieve maximum penetration of those lies. Maximum penetration has entered the chat. And enrich themselves through their ill-gotten celebrity. Roman 2, jurisdiction and venue. This court has subject matter over this action pursuant to Massachusetts General Law 212, Section 3. Venue is appropriate in this court pursuant to Massachusetts General Law 223, Section 1, because at least one party to this case, Brian Higgins, resides in Barnstable County. Three, the parties. Defendant Karen Reed is a resident of North Dighton, Massachusetts. On January 29th of 2022, an intoxicated Reed struck O'Keefe with the back of her Lexus SUV, incapacitating him and ultimately causing his death. On June 9th, 2022, Reed was arrested after being indicted by a grand jury for second-degree murder, manslaughter while operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death in connection with her causing the death of O'Keefe. If she pleads, it'll be over. If not, it's going to be a whole other episode. Remember, initially, she was only charged with, in February of 2022, vehicular manslaughter. And then, because she didn't take the plea, her charges were upgraded to murder too. On July 1, 2024, a jury failed to reach a unanimous verdict on the charged offenses, and the court declared a mistrial. In 2025, the Commonwealth retried Reed, and on June 18th of 2025, the jury convicted Reed of driving under the influence of alcohol, but concluded that the Commonwealth failed to prove Reed's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt on the remaining charges. Right, and that's going to be a big hurdle for them in this case. It's going to be a big hurdle for them. The fact that she was acquitted. Because she hasn't been convicted of the murder of John O'Keefe, and neither has anyone else been charged yet. And so Aidan Kearney has a good faith basis to reasonably believe that the things that he was saying were true. Had Karen Read been convicted of killing John O'Keefe, their case would be much stronger, in my opinion. 7. Defendant Aidan Kearney, aka TURTLEBOY, is a resident of Holden, Massachusetts. Kearney owns and operates the website tbdailynews.com and is responsible for the content that appears on that website. Kearney also owns and controls the YouTube channel TURTLEBOY Live, the Rumble channel TURTLEBOY Daily News, the Facebook page TB Daily News, the X account under the handle Dr. Dr. Turtleboy, the Instagram page under the handle TURTLEBOY News, and the TikTok account under the handle TURTLEBOY Daily News. Kearney monetizes the content he publishes on these various platforms and outlets by selling merchandise and advertising, and by asking for donations to his Cash App account at $ Uncle Turtleboy. I mean, why not give him? I can't wait to see how much his viewer count and his sub count goes up because of this lawsuit. And there's his Cash App right here in the public documents for anyone who thinks he's being wrongfully sued. If you do, there it is for you. Thanks, Cal. In 2023, a grand jury indicted Kearney on witness intimidation charges related to his conduct toward the plaintiffs. Right, and that has not been adjudicated yet. The grand jury accused Kearney of harassing the plaintiffs, charging him with 8 counts of witness intimidation, 5 counts of picketing a witness, and 3 counts of conspiracy to intimidate a witness. Plaintiff Jennifer McCabe is a resident of Canton, Massachusetts. McCabe testified publicly and under oath at the trial and retrial of Read. She also voluntarily testified as a witness before state and federal grand juries. Well, she may have voluntarily testified at the state grand jury, but I am sure that she was subpoenaed to come before the federal grand jury. And if you call lying to the FBI about who you are when they come to your house voluntarily, I don't know. I don't know if that's voluntarily or you were served a subpoena and you are ordered by the court to come in here. Hi, Makazi G. Makazi G is here. He's the greatest. He's my hero. One of them. Hold, please. Plaintiff Brian Albert is a resident of Norwood, Massachusetts, and a retired sergeant of the Boston Police Department. Brian Albert testified publicly and under oath at the trial of Read. He also testified voluntarily as a witness before state and federal grand juries. Plaintiff Colin Albert is a resident of Canton, Massachusetts. Colin Albert testified publicly and under oath at the trial of Read. He also testified voluntarily as a witness before a federal grand jury, again, under subpoena. Plaintiff Brian Higgins is a resident of Sandwich, Massachusetts. I can't wait for the loophole lawyer video on that. And a special agent with the Bureau of ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives. Higgins testified publicly under oath at the trial of Read. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And we will never forget the cringeworthy way that he read the text messages between himself and Karen Read. You're hot. Do you think I'm hot? Where's our relationship going? He also testified voluntarily as a witness before state and federal grand juries. Non-party John O'Keefe was a resident of Canton, Massachusetts, and a Boston police officer. Oh, and then look who they throw in here. Non-party Alan Jackson. Jackson was Read's attorney. Non-party David Yannetti was Read's attorney. Do they intend to sue them too? I don't know. We'll see what they allege against them in this complaint. Factual background. On January 29th of 2022, in the middle of a snowstorm, Read struck O'Keefe with the back of her Lexus SUV while she was driving drunk, leaving him to die in freezing temperatures on the front lawn at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts. 34 Fairview. I mean, I know I wasn't there at all, and neither were you, but at the time that they allege that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car, was that in the middle of a snowstorm? Because I seem to remember the Commonwealth witness, who was the weatherman, very nice guy, testify that at that time, there was only enough snow to track a cat. Right? But okay, in the middle of a snowstorm. Reed repeatedly told first responders on the scene, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, and made other incriminating statements, including telling the police that she did not see O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022. An investigation into O'Keefe's death resulted in the arrest, indictment, and prosecution of Reed for his murder. Was the cat found? Oh, thanks. Thanks, Billy. Keep me laughing, you guys. Keep me laughing because it's already been a day. It's already been a day. I don't even know where that is. Here it is. Billy Donis, was the cat found? An investigation, where did I end off there? An investigation into O'Keefe's death resulted in the arrest, indictment, and prosecution of Reed for his murder. Jackson and Yannetti represented Reed in connection with the Commonwealth's prosecution. Shortly after her arrest, and consistent with her several admissions of liability, Reed's counsel, Yannetti, told the court that O'Keefe's death was an accident by calling the charges, quote, a tremendous reach, end quote, and explaining that Reed had no criminal intent. We've seen that video. Also worth pointing out is at that time, shortly after her arrest, the mainstream media was reporting and did report, and many of you saw it, and I think it's still out there. According to a source, investigators say that there is ring camera footage of the incident. News at 11. I, like many of you, saw this story, read that initially, and thought, oh, wow, that's horrible. This woman backed into her boyfriend and he died in the snow and it's on camera. Wow, that sucks. That sucks. There is no ring camera footage of the incident. It never surfaced. And also, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Initially, they thought she hit him with the glass, remember? Didn't they think she hit him with the glass? Or she smacked him across the face? And the first time I hit him, I hit him, I hit him was ever said by Jennifer McCabe. You can correct me if I'm wrong because I know you will. Was that trial number 2? Let me know. Yeah. Yeah, just because you can sue someone doesn't mean you should. You could sue anybody at any time for any reason. It doesn't mean you're going to be successful. And under the anti-SLAPP legislation in Massachusetts, if you lose, you have to pay attorney's fees. She said it at trial 1, but she had never said it at any grand jury or in any of her statements, right? Thank you, Emily C. Emily C knows everything. But it was a trial and not in any of her statements or in any of her grand jury testimony, yeah? All right, moving on. Shortly after her arrest and consistent with her several admissions of liability, Reed's counsel, Yannetti, told the court that O'Keefe's death was an accident. I just read that part. By calling the charges a tremendous reach and explaining that Reed had no criminal intent. In January 2022, Kearney's occupation was that of an aspiring internet personality with limited reach in the greater Boston area. He primarily commented on sports and other media reports. Kearney's objective was to attract attention to himself in order to build a brand and monetize his audience. To do so, Kearney routinely engaged in provocation and courted controversy. While he described himself at times as a journalist, in fact, Kearney has no journalistic training, editorial standards, or oversight. A, the launch of the defamation campaign. Footnote 1. Which reads, This complaint does not include each and every example of Reed's and Kearney's defamatory statements and conduct. Upon the conclusion of discovery, the plaintiffs will identify all defamatory statements to be presented at trial. Okay, but in order to defeat an anti-SLAPP motion, this complaint needs to be specific enough to overcome that. And the thing with an anti-SLAPP motion is that once that motion is made, it stays discovery and no discovery can happen. And so the burden is on the plaintiffs to be able to overcome the hurdles of the anti-SLAPP legislation. Yes, strategic lawsuits against public participation. We're going to talk about that more later. But as for right now, I'm just going to keep referring to it. Despite her several admissions of liability, by the time she was indicted and arrested on murder and related charges in June of 2022, Reed had set in motion a defamation campaign to falsely blame others for O'Keefe's death to escape responsibility for her own culpability. Prior to her arraignment, Reed falsely denied responsibility for O'Keefe's death, and contrary to her prior admissions, falsely stated to law enforcement officers that she was not responsible for O'Keefe's death. She was acquitted. Instead, she falsely claimed that O'Keefe had been, quote, beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. End quote, footnote 2. Karen Reed during arrest. We're all in on the same joke, right? Citing a Court TV link. I mean, this is what I say when I say we're going to the hyperlinks. This is what we're doing. Here we go. And this is what it hyperlinks to, a Court TV piece that is only 6 seconds long. But I have to keep flipping through screens, so talk amongst yourselves for a second. There she is, Judge Beverly Kearney. Here's the first hyperlink. Here we go.
So, do you have that video all pulled up, Mr. Lally, for me to see?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, for the record, it's a little bit lengthy as far as the entirety of the video. The portion that I would be submitting to the court is from 7 minutes and 4 seconds until 9 minutes and 55 seconds.
Okay. Can we? Thank you.
Okay, remember, this was when Karen was brought down to, I forget which barracks, after her upgraded charges to second-degree murder, the day that Proctor and Buchanan came around to the back door of her house. She was wearing shorts. She wanted to put on underwear and some pants. They cuffed her and they brought her in, and Proctor made a comment on the body cam footage like, can you believe her? All she cares about is how she looks on TV. Here we go. And so this is the computer. I think it's Buchanan, whose face we can't see, but Karen Reed is on the other side of this computer, and I don't know if we can even see her, but they were trying to introduce this statement, and so they had to show Judge Kearney this video.
So we locked up the house. The back door, we just did the lock.
Okay. Can you explain to me what the process is right now?
Absolutely. So you're going to be just like last time. Go through the same process. It's going to be a little less time consuming because we're not going to do major case splits as we did those last time. Once you're booked and you go through this portion of it, we'll let you make a phone call just like last time. We'll make a phone call. Your parents will be able to bring you whatever other additional needs, things that you need.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow morning, you'll go and be arraigned at Norfolk Superior Court on the charges that were I'm sure he'll go over the charges again with you on the warrant.
But I'm on bail, so how can I be
Yeah.
spending the night here again?
All right, so I'll explain that portion to you, as long as it's not going to interfere with you. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Ramsey.
Okay. So,
Also worth pointing out here is they knew Karen Reed had an attorney. They knew David Yannetti was on this case because he arraigned her. And instead of giving him the courtesy to say, listen, we've got an indictment now from a grand jury. We're upgrading the charges. Can you bring her down? Can you self-surrender her like they do in so many other cases that they watch? They went to her house and picked her up. All this is coming out now in the spotlight. And this is all being brought to you by Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins for your enjoyment and consumption. And all the ways that Karen Reed was horribly, her civil rights were violated, they're now going to help prove her civil rights violation case by hyperlinking all this stuff. So well done. Thank you very much. And maybe even some more people will become outraged.
initially, your arrest was on probable cause out of the district court, okay? So the charges you were arrested on initially were out of district court, out of Stoughton District. That's where the arraignment was. It was district level charges. Today, grand jury indicted you on these charges, which is second-degree murder, vehicular homicide, and leaving the scene of a death. Okay, so those are the charges that grand jury indicted you on. So now you're being charged and will be arraigned in Superior Court, Norfolk County Superior Court in Devon. Okay.
So bail doesn't apply anymore?
Typically, I'm not. So we don't set a bail. But typically, once murder comes into play, people don't get bailed out.
So it's not manslaughter anymore, is that the difference?
That's correct. It's a higher degree of taking a life. Okay, so those.
Thank you, Olivia, for pointing out this is the first time they decided to use their body cam in the course of this case.
That's the charges that you're being charged with now, and you were indicted by grand jury.
Okay, you're aware he was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight was cracked and John was pulverized.
Don't follow the caption says. The caption says, she says my taillight was cracked and John was pulverized. This says my tail is cracked and chocolate is okay. That's not what she just said. But I'm going to rewind it a little bit so you can hear it again, because a lot of us haven't heard this in a very long time.
I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight was cracked and John was pulverized.
Okay, you need to abide by the rights that were afforded to you. Okay, so you can talk if you want. If you want to tell us what happened, that's fine. We'll listen, but you were ready to use your rights, okay? And I'm sure he's going to do it again. All right. If you want to talk to us, you want to give us a story, definitely. We'll take it.
No, I don't, I mean, I know you already know the story, so I don't need to.
She's saying, I know you already know the story. And remember, this is all the way back in June of 2022. This is before TURTLEBOY ever reported on this case. It's before Alan Jackson was ever involved in this case. And John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe because murder science, medicine, physics, medical records, injuries, all of those things. Oh, and thanks, Fervent, for the shout out on your newest video. I'm going to play that for you guys later, hopefully, if I remember. But wait, there's more.
All right. How long is the entire tape?
So that is Trooper Pye, who was the arresting officer from the barracks. So it goes, I believe, at least 90 minutes or so.
All right. Do you have the entire, we're not playing it now, but do you have the entire video All right, I would like it marked for identification.
Sure.
I'd also like a copy of it so I can view the whole entire thing, put it all in context. I never like to see just sections.
Sure.
Can I get that for the weekend as well?
Oh, absolutely, Your Honor. And for the record, as far as I think a lot of that sort of preliminary stuff was more meant as context for the court. You know, there's
Okay.
certain discussions about court procedure and things that I don't think should be put in front of the jury.
All right, so that was my concern as well. Okay, so it's something I'll watch a few times and the whole thing as well. Okay.
That was part of a court proceeding. That was said on body cam in the barracks in June of 2022. That was not a statement that Karen made publicly. That was after her arrest for the upgraded murder charges. That was footnote 2. And the sentence preceding footnote 2 says again, instead, she falsely claimed that O'Keefe had been beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. Reed knew this statement was false and that Brian Albert and Colin Albert had nothing to do with O'Keefe's death because she knew that she had hit O'Keefe with her car, causing his death. Reed's false accusation against Brian Albert and Colin Albert was recorded on police body cameras and released to the public during a pretrial hearing in April of 2024. Right. It was released to the public by Adam Lally. We just saw him introduce it. Okay. That was part of their evidence against Karen Reed. Right before the first trial started. Okay. To facilitate the spread and publication of her lies, Reed found and enlisted Kearney. As of April of 2023, Kearney and Reed, through an intermediary and Reed's counsel, began communicating with one another to further Reed's defamatory scheme against the plaintiffs. Okay, remember this, through an intermediary. That's Natalie. Natalie the German, as she was called. Natalie, I don't know how to pronounce her last name. I think it was Wiki or something. And just keep that in mind, that the things that Natalie was saying to Aiden, just like how Jennifer McCabe and several other witnesses inside the house told Proctor things that he wrote in his reports, and they said, I never said that. Are Natalie's words Karen's words necessarily, or did Natalie go rogue and say whatever she wanted? I don't know, but the intermediary certainly throws a wrench in things for them and their proof. As of April of 2023, Kearney and Reed, through an intermediary and Reed's counsel, began communicating with one another to further Reed's defamatory scheme against the plaintiffs. Kearney described the intermediary as a, quote, copy and paste vessel that just sent messages between Reed and him. Footnote 3. Oh, footnote 3 references Andrea Burkhart. Hold on, please. And it's a 5-hour stream, so they don't point to any specific portion of it. But it is a conversation with Dr. Turtleboy, Aiden Kearney, but with Andrea Burkhart during, and it's the title of it is Karen Reed Trial, Journalism and Revolution, a conversation with Dr. Turtleboy and Aiden Kearney, YouTube, January 29th, 2025. And it is a 5-hour and 26-minute stream, which we don't exactly have the time for right now. If I can find it quickly in the transcript, though, hold on, please. Then we can play that portion. Give me 1 second. It's too long. I'll try and cue it up for you guys for next time. Andrea Burkhardt has now entered the papers. Let's just assume that what he says is exactly what they say he says, which is Natalie was a copy and paste vessel that just sent messages between Karen and me. Reed used an intermediary and her counsel to correspond with Kearney to conceal the defendant's relationship and to create a basis upon which she could plausibly deny her role in Kearney's false claims. Pursuant to this scheme, Kearney would publicize and widely disseminate Reed's false claims about the plaintiffs and others in an effort to destroy the reputation of these individuals so that Reed could evade responsibility for causing the death of O'Keefe. As part of this scheme, Reed sought to launder defamatory material by gratuitously including it in pleadings filed with the court. For example, on April 12th of 2023, Reed, through her counsel, filed a discovery motion for a second time to obtain Brian Albert's phone, in which she falsely stated that Brian Albert and Colin Albert were responsible for O'Keefe's death and that McCabe was the mastermind who covered it up. Reed knew these statements were false. See, that's the thing. Proving that Karen Reed knew that these statements were false is going to be a very difficult hurdle, especially because all of the experts say that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. And a car did not hit John O'Keefe. Reed, through her counsel, she may have had a good faith basis to say that stuff. And maybe, just maybe, her intent was to try and find out who actually murdered her boyfriend. Look at how many people in law enforcement have retired or been rehomed or been fired because of their investigation into the Karen Reed case. None of the people in the house were ever even considered as suspects. What does it tell you? It's not just a coincidence. I got to go up for 1 second. I need a tissue. Talk amongst yourselves for 1 second. Okay, here we go. Reed, through her counsel, also attached several non-public documents to the filing that had zero relevance to the narrow issue before the court. The purpose in part of those extraneous non-public documents was to convey them surreptitiously to Kearney, who then would amplify the public dissemination of the defamatory material, all in furtherance of the defendant's defamation scheme. For example, Reed attached an unredacted copy of the Canton Police Department's incident report that listed the private addresses, cell phone numbers, and social security numbers of, among other things, the plaintiffs. Reed made this filing in direct violation of the Massachusetts SJC Rule 1.24 footnote 4, and did so for the purpose of giving this information to Kearney so that he would further disseminate Reed's false claims. Footnote 4 says, Massachusetts SJC Rule 124 prohibits the filing of personal identifying information in court documents without appropriate redactions, quote, to reduce the possibility of using such documents for identity theft, the unwarranted invasion of privacy, or other improper purposes. After this filing, Reed, through her intermediary, forwarded her April 12th filing to Kearney for the purpose of Kearney publishing and widely disseminating her false statements. With encouragement and direction from Reed, Kearney published his first blog post days after receiving these false statements from Reed. Indeed, prior to Kearney's April 18th, 2023 publication, Kearney shared his draft blog with Reed through her intermediary, who provided Kearney with dozens of corrections, which Kearney understood to be from Reed. After Kearney received and adopted these corrections, Reed, through her intermediary, texted Kearney, quote, Amaze ball sauce with 5 exclamation points. Now, I don't know Karen Reed personally. I met her once in court and once at another event. But I don't think that Karen Reed would ever even say the phrase amaze ball sauce. And so that leads me to believe that maybe, just maybe, Natalie was throwing her own stuff in there in addition to what they allege that Karen would say. Do any of you who know Karen Reed in the chat think that Karen Reed would even type the phrase amaze ball sauce with 5 exclamation points? Right, and they did. They flew to California to interview Natalie. Yes, they did. Who did that? Was it Buchanan? And not only did she say amaze ball sauce, but thank you so much. So for those of you who don't know, April 18th of 2023 was the first time that Aidan Kearney ever wrote anything about the Karen Reed case. Somebody wrote, I think it was Microdots, Tully ball sauce. Yeah, to go with Marcy's meatballs. Bum. Then on April 18th, the defendant's defamation campaign went public when Kearney published the first 2 parts of his Canton cover-up series. Footnote 5, which says, as of this date, as of the date of filing, this series is now up to 545 parts. Well, thank you for putting his website in there. So anybody who wants to read all 545 parts can go to Aidan's website and read them for themselves. They don't have to believe what I'm saying or what this lawsuit is saying. They can go there and read it for their damn selves. In part 1, Kearney stated that, quote, Jennifer McCabe did not kill John O'Keefe since she's not physically capable of that. Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and the dog were more than capable of that, and Colin Albert had the motive. McCabe was just the quarterback of the cover-up, end quote. He also explained that Jennifer McCabe would never have been able to cover up this murder without the assistance of law enforcement. Kearney admitted that he made these statements based on beliefs relayed to him by his sources. Footnote 6. Which points to Canton cover-up part 1, corrupt state trooper helps Boston cop cover up murder of fellow officer and frame innocent girlfriend. Which, of course, is hyperlinked. And since they want us to read it, and they want the judge to read it, of course we're going to read it. Dated April 18th, 2023, the first blog or report or article ever written by Aidan Kearney about the Karen Reed case. So buckle up. And here we go. Those of you who are new to this case might be like, what is this even about? And oh, you're going to hear it all. You're going to hear it all. Ellen from Denmark says, this comes off as the song where Jen is suing Karen Reed because she's mad about her defending herself in the criminal trial and Aidan for reporting on Karen defending herself in the criminal trial. Thank you very much, Ellen, for your super chat. Emma Louise says on X, it's saying Karen Reed is about to file a motion to sever her defense from Aiden Turtleboy Kearney in the new civil defamation lawsuit filed yesterday in Barnstable Superior Court. I haven't seen that, so I don't know that. Thank you for tuning in from across the pond. So I cannot opine on that. If the motion is filed, obviously we will go over it. Aunt Bibi says, I've got the Excedrin and Tums ready. I have a feeling I'm going to need much more. Thanks, Aunt Bibi, for your 10. Cat Mom, thank you for gifting a membership. Kazi G says, you're the best, Melanie. No, you're the best, Kazi. Thank you. Kelly Reed is here, and she says, the Reed family loves and appreciates Melanie. Well, imagine that, Kel, because so many people are out there trying to talk for, you know, Bill and Janet Reed and Karen Reed and, you know, the rest of your family. So I appreciate that you very much. Thank you, Kelly. I love you with all of my heart so much. I don't know in this case that a motion to sever would be successful because they are accused of in this lawsuit, as you'll see as we get further, conspiring. And so I don't know. Thank you, Tracy Steedman, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. Welcome, new members. I think you're going to like it here. And for those who say Melanie Little is ridiculous for putting a 3-day wait period to chat, I point out to you that the HOS defendants channel that is run by 4 people, 4 women, called something like the 4 Enzics channel, you have to wait 8 weeks. You have to be a subscriber to that channel for 8 weeks to chat. Has it even been around for 8 weeks? I'm not really sure. So 3 days is really nothing if it helps keep out some of the trolls. But the trolls are very, very tenacious, and they will sub and wait 2 or 3 days before they come in here to try and trash me. But the mods are so quick that it doesn't get very far, unless I choose to call it out, which I often do. Chastity Danielle, thank you so much for gifting a membership. You're awesome. IW for your super sticker. Sarah B. Creative says, now watch as the ball revolves and the nighttime falls, and again the hunt begins, and again the bloodwind calls. By and by again, the morning sun. And that's a great Blake quote. I love you so much. Thanks for your time. And look, Microdots even says, Melanie is the best person to cover this. Listen, it takes a village. It takes a village. It takes an army. It takes an army of people who are strong enough to withstand all of the trashing and public, you know, defamatory things that are said about us and our families to even handle doing this. I'm not going to lie. I did have second thoughts about covering this today, but you know what? I ain't going to quit, and neither do you. Thank you, Richie. Appreciate you. Nothing pisses me off more than injustice in our faces, and the Karen Reed trial was a great example of that. Thank you, Tracy, for your 10, and I will get to the rest of the super chats in a little while. All right, so just hang tight. If I didn't read yours yet, I will. Here is Aiden Kearney's first article about the Canton cover-up. This is only part 1, and it is entitled Corrupt State Trooper Helps Boston Cop Cover Up Murder of Fellow Officer, Frame Innocent Girlfriend. And this is known as footnote number 6 on page 7 of the complaint filed by some of the HOS defendants against Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney. Here's some pictures right here for you. If you're not familiar with the characters, Jennifer McCabe is cut off, but then there's Brian Albert, picture of Karen and John O'Keefe. There's Colin with his favorite middle finger salute, and that is half of Michael Proctor. It starts off saying, editors note we will be discussing this wild story on the live show Tuesday night at 9:30 p.m. after the Celtics game. And then he's got hyperlinks to other things like donate to the Karen Reed Legal Defense Fund, see all parts of the Canton cover-up series, watch the live show and videos. And here it goes. On the morning of January 29th, 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found dead outside of the Canton home of Boston police officer Brian Albert on 34 Fairview Road. O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, was charged with manslaughter after reportedly backing over O'Keefe with her car after she got into a fight with him and dropped him off at Albert's house after a night of drinking. She was castigated widely as a cop-killing villain set to face decades in prison. But as it would turn out, at least a dozen people likely witnessed O'Keefe being violently beaten to death before hatching an elaborate plot to frame Reed for killing him. The cover-up was aided and abetted by members of the Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police Department, and Norfolk County DA's office. This is the story of one woman alone, facing down some of the most powerful, well-protected people in the state who sought to destroy her life and exonerate herself. This is Karen Read and John O'Keefe. Here's a picture. Another picture. Another picture. Karen is an intelligent, successful accountant and college professor with not even a hint of a criminal record. She had been dating O'Keefe for several years and loved his niece and nephew, who he adopted like family. She owned a house in Mansfield that she rented out, but lived with O'Keefe and his niece and nephew at his home on One Meadows Avenue in Canton. O'Keefe was a well-liked 16-year veteran of the Boston PD. On February 2nd, Read was charged with killing O'Keefe, and she may have actually believed she was responsible. And then here are some screenshots from Boston 25 News of Karen. And remember, this was, I think you still had to wear masks in court. It was post the panty, which they don't like the C word of that, panty. So you can't really say that in chat or anywhere else, but she's got a mask on. And they're taking the opportunity to do the perp walk as she's being brought, I think, from the police car into the courthouse. And the caption under this photo, and then it goes on to say, State Trooper Michael Proctor wrote the criminal complaint for her arrest, noting his 10 years of experience on the MSP detective unit at the Norfolk County DA's office. And then he cuts and pastes that report here, which reads as follows. I'm Trooper Michael Proctor. I'm a Massachusetts State Police officer and have been a police officer since 2013. I am presently assigned to the State Police Detective Unit at the Norfolk County DA's office and have been so since September 2019. During that time, I've investigated and processed serious and violent crimes, including murders, suicides, sudden, suspicious, and unattended deaths, along with drug investigations. Through these investigations, I have participated in the execution of search warrants from which various types of evidence have been seized. I am trained in criminal investigation, including homicide, death investigations, crime scene investigation, collection of physical evidence, crime scene processing, and the investigations of such cases. I have received specialized training to obtain and analyze cellular telephone data and call detail records in support of criminal investigations. I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in criminal justice from Anna Maria College. In addition to my assignment at the Division of Investigative Services, I have been assigned to the Division of Field Services, working in Troop C, Central Massachusetts, and Troop H, Metro Boston, right? He didn't go into the house, and he didn't take a picture of the taillight, but he's got so much experience. Based upon information contained in the numbered paragraphs below, which are the product of my own investigation and my discussions with Massachusetts state troopers and officers with the Canton Police Department involved in the investigation, I submit that I have probable cause for an arrest warrant to be issued for Karen Read. I believe that the evidence of the crime of manslaughter, a violation of Massachusetts General Law 265, Section 13, negligent motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, exists, and seek an arrest warrant for Read. And here are the original charges. So the original charges were manslaughter, felony manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of an accident involving personal injury or death. Here's a picture of Michael Proctor, sunglasses and baseball hat, in front of, I don't know, some body of water. And more pictures of him. The charging documents state that Canton officers Saraf and Mulaney were dispatched at 6:04 a.m. on January 29th to 34 Fairview Road, where they found 3 females, Karen Read, Jennifer McCabe, and Kerry Roberts, next to the body of O'Keefe. Read was performing CPR. On January 20, and then this goes back to Proctor's report. On January 29th, 2022, at approximately 6:04 a.m., Canton Police Department received a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party, John O'Keefe, found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road. Remember who answered that call? Sergeant Sean Not So Good, who is currently suspended from Canton PD for things that were found in Proctor's phone extraction. We don't know what yet. Hold, please. And that was the call that went something like, "There's a man PS out in the snow" by Jennifer McCabe. At the time of the 911 call, there was heavy snow and the temperature was in the teens. Officers Saraf and Mullaney were dispatched to the scene along with Canton Fire and EMS. Officer Saraf arrived on scene and observed 3 females waving at him. Looking at 34 Fairview Road from the roadway, the 3 females were in the left corner of the property. Officer Saraf observed the victim lying on the ground as 2 of the females were performing CPR. The 3 females on scene were identified by Canton PD as Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts. Officer Saraf observed the victim to be cold to the touch, not breathing, and returned to his cruiser to retrieve his AED device. At this time, Canton Fire and EMS arrived on scene and took over first aid. Paramedics transported O'Keefe to Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton. O'Keefe was determined to be deceased several hours later by Dr. Justin Rice. Jennifer McCabe is pictured in this photo on the right. That seems to be a very old photo, and that is her sister, Nicole, on the left. On the left is her sister, Nicole Albert, the wife of well-connected Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert. Albert is on the fugitive apprehension team, is a trained MMA fighter, and was featured on the cop show Boston's Finest. And that's a picture of Brian Albert in the earlier days, I think from Boston's Finest, maybe. And some other screenshots, maybe also from that TV show. Which begs the question, okay? Here's Brian Albert. He's part of the fugitive apprehension team, okay? So he chases after dangerous criminals to try and catch them and bring them in, right? He's also a trained MMA fighter. Put a pin in that. I think he denied it on the stand. But just imagine this for a second. You drive up with Karen Reed to your sister's house. Your dear friend of 10 years, who you love, is dead or dying on the lawn of your brother-in-law, fugitive apprehension team member, Boston police officer Brian Albert. You don't know how he was killed. You pull up, it's your sister's house. You find your dear friend dead on the lawn. And you don't run into the house to find out and make sure that your sister and her whole family are okay, knowing what a dangerous job your brother-in-law has. That is the first thing I would do. Because despite the fact that her cell phone records, Jennifer McCabe's cell phone records, show that she made 2 calls to Nicole Albert after Karen Reed called her around 5:06, 5:07 a.m. Don't hold me to the exact times because I don't know. And those phone calls were allegedly some seconds long, 20 or so seconds long. Jen McCabe says her sister didn't answer the phone. So if you called your sister and nobody answered the phone, and then you pull up to the house and John O'Keefe is dead or dying on the lawn an hour later, you don't run in the house to make sure your entire sister and her family are okay. That's wild to me. To me, that is one of the most wild parts of this case. And it's going to be up to a jury to decide what that means or to determine what that means. You can put your guesses in the chat. And your sister's not answering the phone and you don't run in there to make sure that they are okay too? Right. And Strange Credulity, which is a perfect username for this comment, says, and I can't find it. Boston cop, part of fugitive apprehension team, leaves his home unlocked with no video or security whatsoever, or they were awakened. They just let Jen in. Right. He said there was no security system there. And also they leave the door unlocked. At 11:30 a.m. on January 29th, Trooper Proctor interviewed Jennifer McCabe and her husband, Matthew McCabe. They told him that they were out at the Waterfall Bar in Canton, where Jennifer McCabe met up with her friend, John O'Keefe, and his girlfriend, Karen Reed, whom she did not know well. Jennifer told Trooper Proctor that she saw Reed enter the bar carrying a vodka soda drink in a glass, which most bars would not allow. The three grown adults in their 40s left shortly after midnight to go to an after party at Brian Albert's house. According to Jennifer, she got there first, and at 12:30 witnessed Karen Reed drive up in her black Lexus SUV. Since O'Keefe only knew McCabe at this house, he texted her to make sure she was there. Jennifer claimed that O'Keefe never entered the house, so she texted him, hello, at 12:45 a.m. before witnessing Karen drive away in her black SUV. Remember, we know from ring camera footage and Karen's cell phone, or actually from the Wi-Fi data, that Karen's phone attached to the Wi-Fi at John's house, One Meadows, at what time? 12:36. So she wasn't outside the house at 12:45. Back to Proctor's report. On January 29th, 2022, at approximately 11:30 a.m., Sergeant Buchanan and I requested to speak with Jennifer McCabe and her husband, Matthew. Both agreed to speak with us. We first spoke with Jennifer, who stated her and some friends were at the Waterfall Bar last night in Canton. Jennifer stated her and Matthew arrived at the Waterfall at 9 p.m. At approximately 11 p.m., John and Karen arrived at the Waterfall Bar together. John and Karen have been in a dating relationship for 2 years, and Karen says Karen stays at John's house most nights. Jennifer observed Karen walking into the bar holding a glass cup from C.F. McCarthy's with a clear liquid inside, which she believed to be a vodka soda drink. Jennifer observed John wearing a baseball hat, jeans, and sneakers. Both John and Karen were at C.F. McCarthy's bar across the street before going into the Waterfall Bar. Jennifer stated John and Karen appeared to be in a good mood and did not observe any arguing amongst the two. Jennifer described the atmosphere inside of the bar as friendly, and there were no arguments amongst any patrons. It's so interesting to me how all the witnesses said that same thing. The atmosphere inside of the bar was friendly. There were no arguments amongst any patrons. As the bar began to close down, everyone was invited back to 34 Fairview Road. Jennifer observed Karen and John leave Waterfall Bar together. As the group was exiting the bar, John texted Jennifer, where to, at 12:14 a.m. Jennifer replied with the address 34 Fairview Road. At 12:18 a.m., John called Jennifer to ask where the house was located on Fairview Road. While inside the residence, Jennifer observed a black SUV arrive in front of 34 Fairview Road from the front door. Jennifer texted John at 12:31 a.m., hello, and at 12:40 a.m. texted, pull up behind me. I mean, you don't have to believe me. This is Proctor's report, and it's in Jen McCabe's phone records. We know Karen arrived home at 12:36, but at 12:40, Jen McCabe texted, pull up behind me. Jennifer observed the black SUV move from the initial place the vehicle stopped on the street near the driveway and then proceed to the left side of the property. At 12:45 a.m., Jennifer texted John hello and then observed the black SUV drive away. Remember, this article is brought to you by the HOS defendants in their complaint. Jennifer stated they discovered John in the area where she last observed the SUV, left side of property. At approximately 4:53 a.m., Jennifer received a phone call from Karen looking for John. And then, back to Aiden's words, she told Proctor that she assumed that he and Reed decided to go home. Jennifer received a phone call from a distraught Karen at 4:53 a.m. looking for O'Keefe. Jennifer, who for some reason was still up at 4:53 a.m. after a night of drinking, told Trooper Proctor that she offered to help Karen look for O'Keefe, along with O'Keefe's friend, Kerry Roberts, who was not at the house that night. And here is a picture of John O'Keefe, Kerry Roberts, and Paul O'Keefe. Carrie Roberts looks so tiny in there. How tall was John? I don't know how tall Carrie Roberts is, but she gave another interview the other day to note my objection, attorney. And I haven't watched it, but some of you may have. Tell me if you think I should watch it. Was posted on Facebook by Carrie McDermott Roberts, January 28th. I don't know of what year, but it looks like a Facebook post. Karen was hysterical and could not drive in her condition, so Carrie drove both of them. Jennifer claims that during the ride, Karen said, quote, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" She also told MSP that Karen's SUV had a cracked taillight. The two of them then jumped in Carrie Roberts' car and they drove back to 34 Fairview Road. When they got there, Karen immediately noticed O'Keefe's body outside, but the other two did not. Proctor's report is continued here. Karen was distraught and drove over to Jennifer's house. Karen told Jennifer she last remembered seeing John at the Waterfall bar. Jennifer informed Karen she observed John and her leave the bar together. Jennifer drove Karen's vehicle from her house back to John's because Karen was too hysterical to drive and had Carrie Roberts follow them. While driving to John's house, Karen stated to Jennifer, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Jennifer stated Karen told her about a cracked taillight on her vehicle. Once they arrived at John's house, Karen had Jennifer look at the cracked taillight. Jennifer described the passenger side right rear taillight as cracked. Remember, we've seen the video. They did not look at that car in the driveway when they got there. Jennifer and Karen entered Carrie's vehicle to look for John. Karen was seated in the back as Carrie drove and Jennifer was seated in the front passenger seat. Jennifer stated they turned onto Fairview Road from Chapman Street. At the time, it was snowing heavily, creating poor visibility. Jennifer stated just prior to 34 Fairview Road, there's a cluster of trees. And immediately, Karen stated she saw John. Jennifer and Carrie were not able to see John and initially confused by Karen's statement. Jennifer stated Carrie began wiping snow off of John as Karen laid on top of him for warmth and then began CPR. Going back to Aiden's words, this was part of the reason she was charged. Trooper Proctor believed that Karen knew exactly where the body would be because she knew that she ran him over and left him to die during the middle of a snowstorm. O'Keefe's arm had 6 bloodied lacerations and his eyes were swollen shut and black and blue. His eyelid had a cut on it and his clothes were covered in blood and vomit. A medical examiner said that he had 2 swollen black eyes, a cut on the left side of his nose, a 2-inch laceration in the back of the head, and multiple skull fractures. Going back to Proctor's report. Sergeant Buchanan and I arrived at Good Samaritan Hospital to view the victim. I observed approximately 6 bloody lacerations varying in length on O'Keefe's right arm. The cuts extended from his forearm to his bicep. Both of the victim's eyes were swollen shut and black and blue. I observed a cut to the right eyelid area of the victim. The victim's clothing, blue jeans, orange t-shirt, long sleeve shirt, and boxer shorts were saturated, containing blood and vomit. I observed 1 black Nike sneaker with a white Nike logo on the side belonging to the victim. On January 31, 2022, Dr. Irene Scorti-Bello, notice Bello is spelled wrong. It doesn't have a W on it. From the office of the chief medical examiner in Mashpee, conducted the autopsy of John O'Keefe. Dr. Scorti-Bello advised of several abrasions to the right forearm, 2 swollen black eyes, a small cut above the right eye, cut to the left side of the nose, approximately 2-inch laceration to the back of the head, and multiple skull fractures that resulted in bleeding. Dr. Scorti-Bello advised the victim's pancreas was a dark red color. Can't read that, it's under the stamp, indicating hypothermia was a contributing factor. Remember how that worked out at trial, specifically trial 2. There's no and this is back to Aiden's words. There's no possible way he could have these kinds of injuries from being backed into by his girlfriend's car, especially since the snow would have comforted his fall. Carrie Roberts told Trooper Proctor that Karen Reed was drunk and hysterical when she saw her at 5 a.m. and stated that she was so drunk she didn't even remember going there. Carrie repeated the same story as Jennifer, that Karen made statements suggesting that she may have accidentally hit him, or that he had gotten hit by a plow. Back to Trooper Proctor's report. 8. On January 29th, 2022, at 5:25 p.m., Troopers Matthew Dunn and David DeChico conducted the interview of Kerry Roberts. At approximately 5 a.m., Kerry received a phone call from Jennifer stating John did not come home. All right, no, wait. Remember, where was this? Was that taken at Jen McCabe's house, the interview of Kerry Roberts? I don't recall where exactly this one was done, because it doesn't say in Proctor's report, of course. At approximately 5 a.m., Kerry received a phone call from Karen stating John did not come home. It was snowing and she was worried. Kerry met Karen at Jennifer McCabe's house and observed Karen to be hysterical. Kerry stated that she believed Karen was still intoxicated in the morning and told Kerry she did not remember last night. Karen stated, I was so drunk, I don't even remember going to your sister's last night. Jennifer's sister, wait a second. Karen stated, I was so drunk, I don't even remember going to your sister's last night. I guess that was when they were in the car and she was talking, allegedly. I guess she was talking to Jen. Okay. Kerry drove Jennifer and Karen to 34 Fairview to look for John. Kerry described the weather as being, as whiteout conditions as they were driving around. As they arrived at 34 Fairview Road, Karen stated, there he is, I see him from inside the vehicle. Kerry stated only Karen saw John, as he was covered in snow and through whiteout conditions. Kerry stated, after they exited the vehicle, Karen said, I see him. Kerry was still not able to see John at that point due to the weather conditions. Kerry observed John approximately 12 feet from the roadway, swollen right eye with a laceration above it, and blood around the nose and mouth. Kerry stated they began CPR and called 911. On February 1st, 2022, Trooper Proctor, spoke to Kerry by phone. Okay, I think that was the one that was done at Jennifer McCabe's house. She's telling them everything, right? She's telling them everything. Kerry observed, Kerry stated on January 29th, 2022 at approximately 5 a.m., she was contacted by Karen. Kerry answered the phone to hear Karen state, John's dead. Kerry, I wonder if he's dead. It's snowing. He got hit by a plow. Back to Aiden Kearney's words. At 4:30 p.m., Trooper Proctor claimed, all caps, that he went to the home of Karen Reed's parents in Dighton and claimed to have observed Karen's SUV parked in the driveway with a shattered taillight. Proctor interviewed her, and Karen denied bringing a drink into the Waterfall bar. She said that she dropped O'Keefe off at the after party at 12:15, but since she didn't know anyone there very well, she was feeling sick, and she was a grown-ass woman in her 40s who doesn't go to after parties. She elected not to stay. She lived with O'Keefe less than 3 miles away, so getting home wouldn't be a problem for him. Proctor claimed Karen told him she never saw O'Keefe go inside the house and had no idea how she had a broken taillight. Both of these statements made her look guilty. When she found O'Keefe's body later, his eyes were swollen and he was still bleeding from his nose and mouth. Here is back to Proctor's report and his report of what happened when he went to talk to Karen at her parents' house. On January 29th, 2022, at approximately 4:30 p.m., Sergeant Buchanan and I arrived at 345 in Dighton, at this address in Dighton. The residence is the home of Karen Reed's parents. Upon arrival, Buchanan and I observed a large black Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts registration license plate number. The vehicle is registered to Karen Reed. The vehicle is parked outside in the driveway in front of a garage door. We observed the rear tail light passenger side to be shattered. Did they take a picture of it? No. Was it really 4:30 when they arrived there, or is that a scrivener's error? A large red plastic piece was missing from the taillight. Sergeant Buchanan and I were invited inside by the homeowners. Karen was seated on a living room couch and agreed to speak with us. Karen stated that she met the victim at C.F. McCarthy's bar in Canton at approximately 9 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. The victim was there with several friends prior to Karen's arrival. Karen stated the victim was consuming beer and she was drinking vodka sodas. Karen described the glassware she was drinking out of as vase style. Karen stated her and the victim left CF McCarthy's and went to Waterfall Bar. Karen stated she did not leave CF McCarthy's or enter the Waterfall Bar with a glass or a drink. Karen and the victim were at the Waterfall for approximately 1 hour. During that time, there were no altercations or arguments amongst anyone. When Karen, and why do they keep asking this? Because they thought he was beat up. All the injuries that he just described, seeing in the hospital, indicate that he got the bejesus beat out of him. Oh, please. When Karen and the victim left the Waterfall Bar, they were invited to a house on Fairview Road. Karen stated she dropped the victim at the house on Fairview and went home since she was having stomach issues at the previous bar. Karen stated as she dropped the victim off, she made a 3-point turn in the street and left. Karen did not see the victim enter the house. Karen told investigators she first observed the broken taillight in the morning and did not know how she broke it last night. While at the two bars, Karen stated she did not observe any injuries or cuts on the victim's arms, and the victim did not suffer any injuries or cuts while at the bars. When Karen discovered the victim in the morning, she observed him lying face up, snow on his legs, eyes swollen, and blood coming from his nose and mouth. Karen began providing mouth to mouth. Karen attempted to contact the victim throughout the night, calling and texting him numerous times with no response. Karen informed investigators her and the victim were in a verbal argument that morning over what Karen fed the victim's niece for breakfast, right? We learned it was iced coffee at Dunkin' Donuts, and John didn't like the kids to be spoiled. We learned that. Also, of note, this statement of Karen's not caught on body cam and not recorded in any way. Back to Aiden's words. Karen attempted to call and text O'Keefe multiple times after dropping him off. He would never not come home, knowing his niece and nephew needed him in the morning. Trooper Proctor asked her leading questions designed to incriminate her about whether or not she had ever been in an argument with O'Keefe. There isn't a couple on earth that hasn't been in a fight before, so Karen felt it was a normal response to tell Proctor that they had an argument over breakfast. This is why you should never talk to police without a lawyer if you are a suspect in a crime. They are not there to be your friend. They are there to get you to say something that will lead to you being charged with a crime. The Canton firefighter who responded to the scene of the crime told Proctor that Karen said to her friend, "I hit him," several times, further incriminating herself. And this is back to Proctor's report, paragraph 10. On January 30th, 2022, at approximately 1 p.m., Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed firefighter Katie McLaughlin at the Canton PD. Katie was assigned to Station 1 on Saturday, January 29th of 2022. All right, I'm just going to point out here, because it's not in Proctor's report, that the reason Katie McLaughlin was interviewed the very next day at Canton PD, which, if you know this case, you know that they were conflicted out of this case because Brian Albert's brother, Kevin, is a detective at the Canton Police Department. And so they were immediately conflicted out. And yet, it may have been, and I think it was, and I think it's been proven that Kevin Albert is the one who set up the interview with Katie McLaughlin to come down to Canton PD. And so, hey, you file a lawsuit, you do the hyperlinks. We're going to read the hyperlinks. All this stuff is coming back up again. And they have to prove that Karen and Aiden knew that what they were saying was false. They knew it was false. And based on everything that we are reading here, in my opinion, so far, it gives them a good faith basis to believe the things that they said. Tell me if you agree, because this is all going to be rehashed. And this is the actual police report written by Proctor. Katie stated at approximately 5 a.m., Canton Fire and EMS were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road for a male party discovered in the snow. But again, it wasn't 5 a.m. It wasn't 5 a.m. because the call to 911 call wasn't until after 6. For a male party discovered in the snow and unresponsive. Upon arrival, Katie observed the victim being worked on by paramedics. Once inside the ambulance, Katie observed the victim to have trauma to face and eye area and vomit in the mouth. Katie observed the victim wearing jean socks and one black Nike sneaker. It was around 4:30. What was around 4:30 be in trouble? I don't know. Okay. Katie observed the victim wearing jeans, socks, and one black Nike sneaker. We still don't know where the socks are. The victim's shirts were cut and chest exposed for chest compressions. Katie exited the ambulance to speak with Karen as to the victim's identity and any medical history. Katie described Karen as a white female, approximately 5'5", thin, brown, blonde hair, brown eyes, and early 40s in age. Karen provided the victim's name and date of birth. Katie asked Karen if she knew where the victim suffered trauma to his face / that's underneath the, I guess that says /I. Katie asked Karen if she knew where the victim suffered the trauma to his face /I. Katie stated Karen turned to her friend and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 4 times. Like hit him, like smacked him in the face? Because the question was, how did he get the trauma to his face and his eye? Katie is also the one who went to high school with a girl named Caitlin Albert. Proctor's report also states that 2 red pieces of a taillight were next to O'Keefe's. Oh, this is going back to Aiden's words. Proctor's report also states that 2 red pieces of a taillight were next to O'Keefe's body, which was the final piece of evidence needed to charge her with manslaughter. Back to Proctor's report. On January 29, 2022, the CERT team was activated to assist in searching for potential evidence outside 34 Fairview Road. When looking at 34 Fairview Road from the street, there is a fire hydrant on the far left of the property. Members from CERT located a black Nike sneaker with a white Nike logo along the side. Notice how Proctor's report does not say what time the CERT team was activated to assist. We know, because we know everything about this case, that the CERT team was not activated until something like, you tell me, close to 5 p.m., while the scene was left unsecured all day. And after Canton PD, with their leaf blower, did not find the sneaker, the red taillight pieces. The sneaker located by CERT matches the one sneaker the victim was wearing at the time he was transported by EMS to Good Samaritan Hospital. In the same area, 2 red plastic pieces of taillight were discovered, consistent to the missing pieces on Karen Reed's black Lexus SUV. One piece of clear plastic piece of a taillight was located in the same area, also consistent with the broken taillight on the Lexus SUV. Aiden's words, except in the original report, it never stated what time the glass was found. This document above is a slightly altered second version of the report. In the original, a picture from the crime scene does not show any fragments of a taillight. Oh, right. That's the first report that they turned over to David Yannetti at the first arraignment. And the second report had this picture attached to it. It's a picture of the lawn on 34 Fairview covered in snow, flagpole, fire hydrant. But it doesn't show any pieces of taillight in the snow. It shows some footprints in and around the flagpole and the fire hydrant. But Trooper Proctor never once mentioned that he was close personal friends with the McCabe and Albert family, which was a very prominent name in Canton. Here's a picture from Proctor's sister's Facebook page showing Trooper Proctor with Jennifer McCabe's children. I don't know. They've said this is not Jennifer McCabe's children, but here's Proctor with kids whose faces are blacked out. And that was posted on Facebook by Courtney Proctor, his sister. Here's a picture from Proctor's sister's Facebook page showing her at a family party with Chris Albert, the brother of Brian, directly behind her. Dig in, tagging Proctor's mom, posted by Proctor's sister, Courtney. Chris Albert was at the bar with O'Keefe the night he was killed, but it's unknown if he was inside his brother's house that night because Proctor has been deliberately preventing Google from sharing that information. Chris Albert lives at 7 Meadows Avenue in Canton, 2 doors down from O'Keefe, who lives at 1 Meadows Ave. Well, he used to, but not anymore. His son, Colin Albert, who was an 18-year-old senior at Canton High School at the time of the incident, is confirmed to have been in the house at 34 Fairview that night. There's a picture of Chris Albert and his son, Colin. Colin is in graduation garb. And here is a picture that the boys of Julie and Chris Albert, here's Julie on the left, Chris in the middle, and Colin circled on the right, are going to be very angry that they made them wear them matching Christmas pajamas. Now that the world is going to see these pictures, because this is an exhibit in the formal complaint filed by the McCabe's, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert. This is Colin Albert's complaint. So don't cry when people start, maybe razzing you a bit about your matching Christmas PJs from 2022. This is part of your document, sir. Colin was a star football player at Canton High School and notorious hothead. 2 days after O'Keefe died, the Canton High School Twitter account announced that he would be playing football at BSU next year. And there's a post from Canton Bulldog football. Number 34, Colin Albert has decided to continue his playing career at BSU as a BSU Bear. It's ironic that Chip Proctor's name was Bear. Congrats, dog. More big hits to come. And there he is in his football outfit. More pictures in his football outfit. And notice how his number is 34. Was that an homage to Uncle Brian? I guess also his dad, because the Albert family grew up in 34 Fairview. Is that why he picked number 34? I need to know. Colin is an out-of-control meathead who frequently was confrontational towards his much older adult neighbor, John O'Keefe. He's the prototypical jock who thinks Shakespeare was a huge loser and infamously poses for pictures sticking up his middle finger while drinking Dylan Mulvaney Light. Here's a picture with the middle finger up, can of Bud Light, and a red Solo cup in his lap. And his post says, Colin Albert 34 is his username on whatever this is. I think it's Facebook. Shakespeare was probably a loser. December 12th, 2021. He has anger issues and gets off on knowing that he comes from a well-connected family in town. Colin's uncle is a Boston police sergeant. There's a picture. Of Brian and Colin and some other boy. His uncle, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. And there he is, and his wife's, I guess that's his wife and baby, their faces are scribbled out. But I will say, you can let me know if you agree. Kevin Albert got the looks in the Alberts family. There he is, Kevin Albert. I guess in younger days when he had a toddler. His father, Chris, was recently selected to the Board of Selectmen. He is the one on the left, pictured with his father and Uncle Brian on the far right. And there it is, Chris Albert for Select Board. He didn't run for Select Board of the town of Canton until after the murder of John O'Keefe, which is kind of interesting too. Because the Canton Select Board, in case you don't know, is the boss of the Canton Police Department. I mean, no, and that's why I was so shocked. Melanie M says, have we ever seen Kevin Albert in the wild? Like ever? I know, we were going over something the other day. All of the people that have been rehomed, maybe I think it was in that video with all the people that were rehomed since Karen Reed's trials, and there was a picture of someone I had no idea who it was. I'm like, you guys, who is this? And people were guessing it was a picture of Ken Berkowitz, and someone, and then people were saying it's Berkowitz's son, and I'm like, I don't think so. It's Kevin Albert. I don't think so. I had no idea what he looked like. But here he is. If you'd like to come back to your screen, that's Kevin Albert. And here is the picture of Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Brian Albert. It looks like Brian Jr. in the back. I'm not quite sure. But there's Colin over there all the way on the left with them when they were enabling or trying to get people to vote for Chris Albert for select board. And as we know, he did win. He just recently did not run again. But there are 7 Albert siblings, 6 boys and 1 girl. This was posted by Tim Albert. You may remember Tim Albert. Isn't he the one who rear-ended a woman at a light years ago? And Michael Lank had to follow the trail of oil that led back to the driveway of 34 Fairview and had to press charges against Tim Albert. Was it Tim? Is Tim the brother who had the pool that got filled in? There's so many facts to this case, and I do remember most of them, but sometimes I get them conflated. The man in the middle is his other uncle, Tim Albert, the family moron who takes pride in being from a well-connected family despite providing nothing of value to contribute to the family's brand name. The man in the middle, let's see. Oh, here's the man in the middle. Okay, so that's Tim, he's trying, like, it looks like almost like he's photobombing Chris and Julie. Trooper Proctor's family knew Colin Albert since he was a little boy. I mean, if nothing else, TURTLEBOY comes with receipts. Like, he's not just making this shit up. He's got all the receipts. And here's a post from March 5th of 2022, which is after the murder of John O'Keefe. Courtney Proctor Elberg updated her profile picture to a picture of Colin Albert. Happy 18th to our favorite football star, Colin Albert. I'm going to assume that that's him, the little boy, before he turned 18, because the guy on the right looks like Hank Brennan. I don't think it is, but it looks like Hank Brennan. Again, have any lies yet been detected? You tell me. This is their proof. Here's a picture of Courtney Proctor Elberg from 2017 with a picture of Colin Albert. Here's a picture of Proctor's sister posted on Facebook from her wedding in 2012 showing Trooper Proctor on the far left and Colin Albert on the far right. There's Trooper Proctor. He's in the wedding party. It's a beautiful picture taken in front of the World Trade Center, Boston. And there's Colin Albert, little Colin Albert, the flower boy. I mean, not flower boy. I think he's the ring bearer. The flower girl's adorable, though. Nice purple dresses on the bridesmaids. Not once did it ever occur to Proctor to mention that he was a close friend of a well-connected Canton family of cops and politicians and was investigating the death of a Boston police officer at one of their homes. He was in possession of all evidence related to this crime and decided who would and who wouldn't be investigated. Colin Albert likes to get in fights and boast about it. A picture he posted on Visco, oh man, shortly after the death of John O'Keefe shows his right knuckles covered in abrasions, indicating he had punched someone or something recently. Okay. Here it is. Here's the picture he posted, and here are his knuckles. Now, I don't know, because I've never been in a fist fight, but I'm sure there's some guys and maybe some women too who have been in fist fights before. This is a picture of the knuckles on Colin Albert's right hand. And if you did get into a fist fight and you punched somebody a couple of times with your right fist, would your knuckles split open like that? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. He says, and he has a whole story for this, his knuckles were scraped when he didn't want to drop his beer and he slid down someone's driveway after a house party and broke his fall with his right fist. Right, like we all do. He fell on his knuckles like we all do. He fell in the ice. He broke his fall with his he didn't want to drop his beer. I don't know. Any fighters out there? I'll ask Andrea Burkhart. None of this has been made public, and the Norfolk County DA's office hasn't sent a mountain of exculpatory evidence to Karen Reed's defense attorney until recently. This evidence proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that she had nothing to do with O'Keefe's death, but suggests that Colin Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Albert's German Shepherd, Jennifer McCabe, and every other person in the house that night witnessed the murder of John O'Keefe and conspired to frame Reed for it after the fact. Unfortunately for them, Karen Reed is an extremely intelligent and well-resourced woman who can afford world-class legal representation. Her attorneys filed a motion demanding a forensic audit of Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert's cell phones for all communications before and after O'Keefe's death. And here's what they wanted. And this is from the pleadings. He's got receipts from Proctor's police report, court documents, Facebook posts. Here's what they were looking for. The production of all cell phones in the possession and or used by Brian Albert between January 28th between January 28th, 2022 and present, so that defense expert Richard Green may conduct a forensic examination of the respective cell phones for the purpose of recovering incoming and outgoing text messages, voice calls, voicemails, emails, location data, web searches, photographs, and or other communications sent and or received by Brian Albert on any other messaging platforms between January 28th, 2022 and February 5th, 2022. A copy of all information contained on any cloud-based accounts used to store the above referenced information from Brian Albert's cell phone between January 28th, 2022 and February 5th, 2022. Any access codes and or passwords necessary to access and or forensically download the cell phones and or cloud-based information. Back to Aiden's words. When they received the information last week, they were shocked to discover that the Norfolk County DA's office intentionally hid evidence showing that Jennifer McCabe had searched HOS long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. on the night O'Keefe died. And this goes back to court papers filed in Karen Reed's case before, and it must have been before April of 2023, because that's the first time Aiden started reporting on this case. Introduction. How long to die in cold? New revelations from Jennifer McCabe's cell phone must reverse the trajectory of this case. Evidence obtained from an analysis of the complete forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone, which the Massachusetts State Police and Norfolk County DA's office withheld from the defense for more than a year, exculpates Ms. Reed and decisively implicates Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert in the murder of John O'Keefe. In spite of the fact that O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of Boston police officer Brian Albert, a highly trained boxer and fighter with deep familial and personal ties to the Canton Police Department and Massachusetts State Police, law enforcement has utterly failed to treat Mr. Albert and his family members who were present on the night in question as suspects. Instead, law enforcement immediately arrested Ms. Reed, based in no small part on incriminating statements attributed to her by one of the actual conspirators in O'Keefe's murder, Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe. Back to Aiden's words. And a lot of you who tuned in for Karen Reed trial number 2 don't know about all the pretrial shenanigans that happened before pretrial number 1. And let me tell you what. In civil court, if this case gets passed, an anti-SLAPP motion to dismiss, all this evidence is coming in. The jury is going to hear about all kinds of stuff that the jury was not allowed to hear in either one of Karen Reed's criminal trials. Back to Aiden's words. Brian Albert was never questioned at his house, only McCabe's house. Canton Deputy Police Chief Tom Kelleher lives across the street from Brian Albert on Fairview Road. There he is, Deputy Chief at Canton PD. That's his his LinkedIn profile, and with his picture. Kelleher's Ring camera would have picked up video of O'Keefe's body that night. Here's a picture of 34 Fairview Road and where Tom Kelleher lives, and you can see the pink circles. However, he told police that conveniently did not capture anything of value. It was not subpoenaed. Jennifer McCabe not only searched for how long to die in cold, she also deleted all communications from her phone between herself and Brian Albert. If you're just tuning in, this is footnote number 6 from the plaintiff's lawsuit against Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney, because we are hyperlinking everything. They hyperlinked it. We're just going to actually read the hyperlinks, because if you only read the complaint on its face without reading what their proof is, how can you not analyze this complaint? Going back to the court papers filed by Karen Reed's defense team before trial number 1, right? According to Emily C. says, according to Gallagher, it was an Allo camera, right? And Gallagher knew exactly what that camera would have captured, like, Amazon package deliveries and stuff. Thank you, Scott. We try our best to avoid interaction with trolls. Do your part and don't mention them in the chat. Thanks. Just give him oxygen. Back to the court filings. An analysis of the complete forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone by computer forensics expert Richard Green establishes that Ms. McCabe, the government's seminal witness, Googled "HOS long to die in cold" at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, exactly 2 hours after O'Keefe was last seen walking towards the Albert residence by Ms. Reed. Citing the affidavit of Richard Green. How long to die in cold? Jennifer McCabe explicitly told law enforcement that she did not think much of O'Keefe's failure to enter the residence that night and assumed that O'Keefe and Ms. Reed simply decided to go home, according to her interview of Jennifer McCabe. According to the 2/1/22 interview of Jennifer McCabe. Yet 3 hours before Jennifer McCabe had any reason to suspect O'Keefe hadn't gone home with Ms. Reed, 3 hours before she inserted herself into Ms. Reed's search for O'Keefe and delayed her return to the Albert residence, and 3 hours before her discovery of his lifeless body in the cold snow of her brother-in-law's front lawn, Ms. McCabe had only one thing on her mind. How long does it take to die in the cold? What's even more shocking is that the very next day, before turning her phone over to law enforcement, Ms. McCabe took calculated steps to purge her phone of this inculpatory search and, at the same time, attempted to delete her communications with Brian Albert and remove a screenshot of his contact information from her phone, which she had obviously shared with someone that morning. In light of this new information, the Norfolk DA's office should immediately do what's right and file a nolle pros, meaning drop the charges. Short of that just result, Ms. Reed's constitutional right to defend herself against these false allegations demand that she be permitted to obtain the critical information that law enforcement failed to obtain and preserve from the outset, namely communications and location information associated with the actual perpetrators of this crime, Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert. The requested information will undoubtedly further implicate Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, and others in the murder of O'Keefe and the sinister cover-up that resulted in these false charges being brought against Ms. Reed. And that's in the court filing, filed by Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. Back to Aiden's words. If Jennifer McCabe didn't think it was unusual for John O'Keefe to leave like that, then why did she stay up until 5 a.m. awaiting Karen Reed's phone call about O'Keefe being missing? If Jennifer McCabe had nothing to hide, then why was she destroying critical evidence? Why was Jennifer McCabe more committed to protecting Brian Robert than her sister Nicole, who was married to Brian? I think that should say Brian Albert. After O'Keefe got to Albert's home, he began texting McCabe to make sure she was there, since she was the only person there he knew well. When he entered, he was surprised to see 18-year-old Colin Albert was there, who confronted him at some point and hit him. Our sources believe that Brian Albert joined in on the beating, alarming his loyal German Shepherd, which immediately began to tear into O'Keefe's arm. Despite being their family dog, Brian Albert got rid of her and never explained where the dog went. And then Aiden puts another piece of the court filing in his article. O'Keefe was found unresponsive in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, in the front yard of the home of Boston police officer Brian Albert. Contrary to the Commonwealth's theories, photographs of O'Keefe suggest that he was beaten severely and left for dead, having sustained blunt force injuries to both sides of his face as well as to the back of his head. In addition to suffering numerous defensive wounds on his hands consistent with a brutal fight, O'Keefe also suffered a cluster of deep scratches and puncture wounds to his right upper arm and forearm. These injuries to O'Keefe's right arm are consistent with bite marks and or claw marks from an animal, more specifically, a dog. As discussed more fully in defendant's motion for an order pursuant to Rule 17, directed to Canton Animal Control and the Canton Clerk's Office, which is incorporated herein by reference, circumstantial evidence strongly suggests Brian Albert's German Shepherd canine is responsible to the injuries to O'Keefe's right arm. 4 months after O'Keefe's death, Brian Albert went to great lengths to dispose of critical evidence by making sure Chloe, his family dog of 7 years, simply disappeared. Back to Aiden's words. Definitely in the house that night were Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, 2 friends of Albert Jr. named Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and ATF agent Brian Higgins, who has an office inside the Canton Police Department. O'Keefe would make 12 at a minimum. Here, and then this, I don't know, that was in the middle of, it's like mid-paragraph. Brian Higgins, close friend of Brian Albert and federal agent with the Massachusetts Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, with an left the bar in their respective vehicles and drove to the Albert residence for the after party. Here is a picture of Higgins with O'Keefe. Oh boy. All right, there it is. That's, it's either a tattoo on his right arm or he got run over and those are tire marks. It's hard to say. Higgins. This means that all of them witnessed the murder or are aware of it and have said nothing. Most of them were not questioned by Trooper Proctor. One witness named Ryan Nagel went to the home to pick up his sister Julie, who ended up staying there. He was the only witness who had no familial ties to the Alberts and thus no reason to frame Karen Reed. He witnessed Reed drop off O'Keefe and told police that he did not see any damage to her vehicle, hear any screams, or witness her operating the vehicle erratically. Nagel witnessed Karen Reed alone in the SUV, which directly conflicts with Brian Albert and the McCabe story that O'Keefe never entered the house. Back to the court document. Give me 1 minute because I just want to see how much longer this is. It's pretty long. I mean, we got to get back to this complaint and we're never going to get anywhere. So I'll link it below so you can go and read it yourself. This is TURTLEBOY's first article that he ever wrote. About this case, and interspersed therein all kinds of pictures, all kinds of receipts, all kinds of goes on to talk about, it is really, really, really long. I'm going to hyperlink it. I'm going to hyperlink the hyperlink so that you can go read it. Hold on 1 second. I'll do it now so I can remember doing it. I didn't think this one was as long as I thought, so hold on 1 second. But again, that's their proof, and it's part of the complaint. Will this renew interest into people who knew nothing about this case now all of a sudden wanting to dig in? What do you think? There, it is now in the show notes for your convenience. All right, going back. Yes, Pammers. It is a repeat of Mega Motion Day. It is. I know. I have to do it because it's got to be thorough. And sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Loophole Lady, I have no idea, but I'm not giving anybody any ideas. Kimberly says she's here for it. Thanks for being here. On top says 1 and 13 loss record as an attorney say it all. She's a loser guy. All right. Thank you. Desiderata says special announcement today. Go placidly amid the noise and haste and remember what peace there may be in silence. Just saying. Yeah, everyone should go read Desiderata. It's a famous poem. If you haven't, thanks for your super chat. And for tuning in from Canada, Gigi's here. The truth is not defamation. They can still say she hit Officer John O'Keefe, even though a jury said she did not. Give her 5. Soap API, tuning in from down under, says, if we can get this otherwise undiscoverable material, we can get her in jail on witness intimidation charges, and she therefore cannot effectively pursue her civil rights against us. Just thoughts. Thank you for tuning in from down under. Massborn, in this case, and my anger about the sick corruption is why I left my home in Massachusetts 52 years. Last year, I'm angry all over again. 3 cases, maybe more. Thank you for tuning in. Chastity, thanks for, gifting a membership. The other Mary B says, how sad that John's friends put more effort into shutting people up who are trying to get justice for him than actually getting justice for him. Soap says, if this is defamation, would that not render any and all third-party defenses in criminal cases as defamatory? Where's the line? Thank you for your rhetorical question. Jay Michael says, morning friends, need this to get my mind off family court issues. I'm sorry. So sorry for that. Piney Wood says, hey there, Melanie and Cupcakes, Discovery. Yeah, Discovery is going to be quite extensive in this case. And these people are all of them. They're going to be in litigation for like maybe the next 10 years. That's how long this is going to go. Christine says, Mel, they're making things worse. Thank you. Inverted Sneaker says they're bringing more attention to a murder they got away with. Good time to point out that my viewers' opinions are not necessarily mine. I have said from the beginning of this case, something happened to John O'Keefe, but it wasn't a car accident. Cupcakes for Justice says, you have an army of cupcakes with you forever. We will hold the line for you always. Oh, you're sweet. Thank you. All right, let's get back to the actual complaint. And I will get to the super chats. I just want to get through as much of this as we can today because this is going to be a several part series. There's no other way around it. But for those of you who are just tuning in, footnote number 6 right here on page number 7, which is Canton Cover Up Part 1. I think I read enough of it for those of you who are not familiar with it to get the gist of it. It is linked now in the show notes below if you would like to go back to Turtle Boy's website to read it yourself. Thank you, Pauline, for gifting 10 memberships. That is so kind and generous of you. I appreciate you so much. Back to the complaint. McCabe, Higgins, Colin Albert, Brian Albert versus Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney. Although not identified at the time, these sources were Reed and her legal team. In part 2, Kearney posted screenshots of people's messages to him that were critical of his defamatory statements. Footnote 7. Aiden Kearney, Canton Cover Up Part 2. Family and friends demand that we stop reporting factual things about framing Karen Reed for John O'Keefe's murders and covering up for killers. Hold on while that loads. We'll see how long that is. Oops. I got to let it load first. Oh, this is verdict day. So I've got that video pulled up. Well, please. That'll be the next one. That'll be footnote 8. I don't know who these people are that were texting him. Let me see. All right, so this is the Turtle Boy Canton Cover Up Part 2. Let's take a look at just the text messages from that article. Again, and do you think they're drawing more attention to themselves by filing all this stuff? Because a lot of people are just going to read this complaint and they're not going to look at the hyperlinks. So you let me know what you think. Here's Canton Cover Up Part 2. Family and friends demand that we stop reporting factual things about framing Karen Reed for John O'Keefe's murder and killers covering up for killers. Here's some text messages that he was sent. I don't know who this person is. MK wrote to Aiden, the defense is creating reasonable doubt by releasing false narratives in the media. And there are people that chose to stay in her social circle and are choosing to spread this narrative. The truth will come out during the trial, however, not before ruining innocent people's lives. Please do not feed into the defense strategy. The other side can't defend themselves without compromising their case. The O'Keefe family is hurting enough. The lies are directly hurting the kids. It blows my mind that lawyers can blatantly make up stories in court documents. Let me just go back to see if so that was in his inbox. That was in Aiden's inbox. And then this person, whoever MK is, goes on. In communicating with the O'Keefe family and the witnesses, it doesn't seem like you contacted anyone with firsthand knowledge from the prosecution side. Unless you know the families involved and live in Canton, you cannot possibly imagine how absurd these new and unfounded allegations are. I am praying you do not buy this police cover-up Lifetime movie nonsense. Oh, wow. You know what's so ironic about that is there was an actual Lifetime movie made about this case. Channeling Earth wrote, how do you feel it's okay to spread outrageously harmful claims about a 19-year-old kid with no evidence? It is sickening that you would be so willing to destroy an innocent person's life for no good reason. Joe Camerata said, are you stupid? How can there be 20 plus people involved in a cover-up as that? You're a terrible journalist. And then he writes back, okay, you have no power. Have fun spreading lies about people. Karma will come your way. Just remember, we're in America. You got nothing on anyone. You're like a little gossip girl. All quiet now, huh? How ironic, don't you think? Another family friend asked me nicely not to write anything. SHIC wrote, I'm asking you to please not publish anything about the Boston police case that you tweeted about. There is just baseless accusations being launched, and we don't know all the facts. I'm a family friend of the victim. A grand jury voted to indict the defendant on second-degree murder charges after hearing from over 40 witnesses. That cannot just happen because of a supposed cover-up. Please think of the victim's family and his niece and nephew who are left without their parents or their uncle now because of this senseless tragedy. Again, by bringing more attention to all of these articles of TURTLEBOY, so many more people are going to be clicking on his website. It may not give you the desired effect that you want. And again, the Afroman effect. Back to the papers. So that sentence, which preceded footnote 7 that we just read, although not identified at the time, these sources were Reed and her legal team. In part 2, Kearney posted screenshots of people's messages to him that were critical of his defamatory statements. Okay. He made no effort to redact the names and proceeded to publicly mock them. Okay. I tell you what, you come for me publicly, I'm going to mock you too. You come into my chat under a fake name and you mock me, I'm going to broadcast it too. You shouldn't send things to people that you don't want publicly broadcast, because you can't hide under a fake name and send out, hateful emails and think you're just never going to have to face any ramifications for it. It's hilarious. Yeah, Daddy's eating lemon pound cake in his new kitchen, says Caroline. No, Decaf says they're going to need some cheese with all this wine. Granny on the Plane says, are the HOS defendants going to sue the Canton Select Board or Brenda Sweeney? They record and publish her 3-minute teardowns of the handling and lack of support for finding those responsible. Right. Kearney claimed that most people are shocked and outraged about the mountain of evidence indicating that O'Keefe was killed by fellow Boston Police Department Sergeant Brian Albert, his nephew Colin Albert, and possibly others. In reality, this blog post by Kearney, like numerous other defamatory statements that he made, was funneled by Reed to her accomplice, Kearney, without knowledge that he would publish it. To Fox News, Kearney later explained that after he published the beginning of his Canton cover-up series, his blog exploded. He had a record-setting audience with over 500,000 views. Footnote 8. Oh, here it is. I've got it pulled up. Okay. This was Verdict Day. This is Fox News piece from Verdict Day. Thank you for bringing us back to Verdict Day. HOS defendants in your footnote number 8. Two and a half minutes long. Let me know that you can hear it.
TURTLEBOY, can I ask you a question? Hey, this is actually TURTLEBOY. You brought this case to the forefront here. They're screaming your name here. How are you feeling and about the verdict?
Overcome with emotion. It's the happiest I've ever felt. You know, I want to cry. I want to be happy. It hasn't really set in yet.
Explain to people nationwide why this case resonates so much with so many people.
Because she's quite clearly not guilty. It couldn't be more obvious. You couldn't get this amount of people to come out and support somebody if there was any doubt whatsoever that they did it. And it's just so transparent from the beginning that she was innocent. It's a crime that she had to go through what she went through just to get here. But this is justice. This should have happened a long time ago. And we are just overcome with emotion. And I can't thank the jury enough for seeing through the lies, seeing through the misinformation that came out of Hank Brennan's mouth.
What do you make of, how did this happen? How did you, TURTLEBOY, the blogger, make this into such
I'm a journalist.
Journalist. No, sorry, I apologize. But how did you make this? Why do you think you got so much?
He just corrected him and said, I'm a journalist. Hold on.
How did you, TURTLEBOY, the blogger, make this into such
I'm a journalist.
Journalist. No, sorry, I apologize. But how did you make this? Why do you think you got so much momentum? Can you take me back to the moment where you thought this was different?
So the first time I wrote this, my first story of the Canton cover-up, I've done 520 installments now. My part 1, April 18th, 2023. When I dropped that, it exploded. I got 500,000 views on that one. I did my first show on it, record-setting audience. And I realized this is a story that's resonating with people because it's outrageous. And none of these people are protesters. None of these people go and...
I mean, that's the part that they're pointing our attention to, that he had... Hold on. That many views and that many people were interested in it? Yeah, in large part because of him. And the vast majority of those people know that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car because they're not stupid. Oops.
When I dropped that, I
thought this was different.
So the first time I wrote this, my first story of the Canton cover-up, I've done 520 installments now. My part 1, April 18th, 2023. When I dropped that, it exploded. I got 500,000 views on that one. I did my first show on it, record-setting audience. And I realized this is a story that's resonating with people because it's outrageous. And none of these people are protesters. None of these people go and participate in protests, political protests, nothing like that. These are just people who are just outraged because they can see their daughter or their sister or their mother, it could be Karen Reed, and they're saying, no, we're not going to sit there in silence and watch an innocent woman be put in shackles. We're not going to allow it. And we raised over $1 million for a legal defense fund. It helped pay for the experts. We did standouts. We raised awareness. And that is why you are seeing this beautiful thing here right now.
And ultimately, what do you think did it for this jury?
John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car. I mean, that's what the science. How many doctors do you need to be told that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car before you realize that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car?
What about John O'Keefe's family?
I mean, hopefully one day they open their eyes and realize that they have surrounded themselves with the people who murdered their son. Hopefully, I mean, I somewhat feel bad for them, but, you know, they're making the choice to believe these obvious lies and close their ears and close their eyes to the truth. And that's the choice that they're making.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, HOS defendants, for bringing that clip back to our attention. Yeah, he got a lot of views and he made money, of course, because people are outraged by the corruption. They tried to sue Afroman for all the proceeds from all of his viral videos and all of his songs that he wrote, and the jury didn't buy it. And now so many more people know who Randy Walters is, and the lemon pound cake guy, than they otherwise would have. So that was before footnote 8. To Fox News, Kearney later explained that after he published the beginning of his Canton cover-up series, his blog exploded. He had a record-setting audience with over 500,000 views. Elsewhere, Kearney explained that when he would first go live on his YouTube channel, he would usually have about 300 live viewers, but he had over 2,000 on the first night during his first live stream about the Canton cover-up. Okay, so that means people were interested in it. That footnote 9 refers back to Canton cover-up part 2, which we read with the text messages in it. With this newly found audience, Kearney was now able to disseminate Reed's false narrative to an even larger audience as Reed intended. Indeed, given the success of the first show at publishing and disseminating Reed's false narrative to a wider audience, Reed's intermediary told Kearney that Reed's counsel, Jackson and Yannetti, wanted to speak directly with Kearney. The conversation between Kearney and Reed's counsel occurred on April 20th, 2023, in which they spoke about Reed's campaign. Kearney secretly recorded that conversation. Where's that recording? Hold, please. I mean, I guess they must have a recording if they're putting it in here. But they didn't, there's no footnote to that. Yeah, they're big mad that he's making money over this episode. Chad, hello, Chad F. says, LOL, this doesn't mean it's lies. It means it's insane how they were getting away with framing a false woman. Nature Alley says, any not guilty person would have done what Reed did. Now the McAlberts are trying to pretend what they are doing. That's what they're doing. Paragraph 33. 2 days after speaking directly to Reed's counsel on April 22nd, 2023, Kearney made additional false statements at the direction of Reed. In episode 575 of his weekend live show, Kearney repeated Reed's false claim that O'Keefe was killed inside 34 Fairview during a fight with Colin Albert or Brian Albert. During that show, Kearney also used the phone numbers that Reed and her counsel intentionally made public on April 12th of 2023, Rule 17 motion, in their motion, Rule 17 motion. Kearney used those numbers to call McCabe and Brian Albert and directly accused them both of a cover-up. Kearney's voicemail left on Brian Albert's phone asked, did you kill John O'Keefe or was it your nephew Colin, or are you covering for him? How did your dog get downstairs and begin biting Mr. O'Keefe? Later in the April 22nd, 2023 show, Kearney shared images of the Canton Police Department's incident report, distributing to his thousands of followers the private addresses, phone numbers, and social security numbers of the plaintiffs. As a direct result of Kearney publicizing their personal identifying information, which he received from Reed, the plaintiffs, who were not generally recognized or responsible for O'Keefe's death, began to experience disturbing levels of defamation, harassment, and abuse by members of Kearney's audience. Well, those are other people. Not Kearney. So now you're talking about things that other third parties did. Hold, please. This is exactly what Reed intended when she began to use Kearney to disseminate and publish her false story. Indeed, minutes after Kearney's April 22nd, 2023 broadcast ended, Yannetti, who was watching the live broadcast, messaged Kearney congratulating him. Quote, that was priceless, dude. Great effing show. Really enjoying the turtle reporting. Where did that April 22nd, 2023 text message come from? Where did that come from? Did it come from Aidan Kearney's released phone extraction? And who released Aidan Kearney's phone extraction publicly? Oh, This all came from Aiden's phone extraction. Yes, and all the people who were applauding this, who pretend that they're on Karen Reed's side, thought it was so great and funny. And you were really going to get him. You were really going to get him. Instead, you screwed Karen Reed. Maybe if a jury buys it, if it gets past a motion to dismiss. So go on with your bad selves and keep pretending you're on Karen Reed's side. It's wild. Wild. Yet, Reed and her counsel repeatedly deceived the public about Reed's coordination and relationship with Kearney, in part because they knew that using Kearney as a defamation mouthpiece could subject Reed to civil liability for defamation and related criminal. Yes, I should have violins playing in the background. And related civil misconduct. For example, during a September 2023 Boston Magazine interview, Reed and her counsel stated that they had never been in contact with Kearney, citing Gretchen Voss's article, The Karen Reed Case in Canton, the killing that tore a town apart. Well, I mean, her best source is Kate Peter, right? Didn't she and Kate Peter become friends after that? So I'm not going to read the whole article to you. Let's just assume for purposes of this lawsuit that it says what they say. Reed and her counsel stated they had never been in contact with Kearney. This statement was false and intended to hide the fact that Kearney was carrying out Reed's defamatory scheme. Also because I think it's behind a paywall. Yeah. I know we've read this on the channel before. Let me see if I can just quickly find the portion. It's a very long article. Do 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 do. I think there's a lot more detail too into their theory of what happened. So there's that. Well, let's read this portion of the article because many of you may not know this. We might as well bring it to light because the House defendants want us to. This is the article written by Gretchen Voss that appeared in Boston Magazine. I just remember to come down and look at for the lighthouse, okay? And it's called The Karen Reed Case in Canton, the killing that tore a town apart. And it was published September 27th, 2023. And the opening sentence is, did a successful South Shore woman really kill her Boston police officer boyfriend? Or, as she claims, did a slew of dirty cops frame her inside the simmering tabloid drama dividing this tight-knit Massachusetts community? And then if we go back down to the picture of the lighthouse, it talks about the tipster. All right, so here's the tipster. It wasn't long before a far more sinister theory of what happened began to emerge. On his drive home after the arraignment, Yannetti says, he returned a call to a tipster who had previously called his office. A man with a gravelly voice who initially offered up a fake name picked up the phone and told Yannetti he recalls something to the effect of, quote, your client is innocent. John was beaten up by Brian Albert and his nephew. They broke his nose, and when O'Keefe didn't come to, Brian and a federal agent dumped his body on the front lawn. An attorney for the man Yannetti identified as the tipster denies Yannetti's version. Yannetti didn't know what to think. Was this even plausible? He thought about the people at the after party that night. Brian Albert, the homeowner, was a prominent Boston cop. There was also a federal law enforcement officer at 34 Fairview that night, Brian Higgins, a special agent with the Bureau of ATF, with whom both O'Keefe and Reed were friendly. Given the new information, Yannetti and Reed say they began to believe that Reed was being framed. They hired a private investigator to knock on doors in Canton. Most people turned the gumshoe away, but Canton resident Tom Beatty, a friend of both Karen and O'Keefe and Reed, offered up a new tidbit. His daughter, who was friends with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert, said that Colin had been at 34 Fairview Road the night O'Keefe died. I'm sorry, what? When Reed heard this, she says the news transported her back to a night during the spring of 2020 when O'Keefe's home security alarm went off and he bolted out of bed. She followed him down the stairs and says she remembers seeing Colin Albert and several teens in the front yard. Go F yourself, Reed remembered Colin yelling at O'Keefe. Get the F out of here, she recalled her boyfriend replied. The next morning, Reed says, the couple awoke to a dozen empty Bud Light cans strewn in the bushes. The police were never called, but from then on, she says there was bad blood between Colin and O'Keefe. In fact, she now adds Colin was the only person with whom O'Keefe ever had issues. After hearing that Colin Albert had been present at 34 Fairview, Reed says, another apparent clue in the case soon appeared when Reed and her father, William, met with Yannetti in his office. For the first time, Reed saw police photos of O'Keefe's body. She could barely draw a breath, she recalls, waiting until taking the elevator back down to the lobby to break down in tears. It looked as though someone had beat the shit out of him, she says. As she and her father drove home on Route 93, Reed called her mother and described the bizarre injuries on O'Keefe's arm. Her mom suggested that they could have been from an animal. Reed called Beatty. Did the Alberts have a dog, she asked. Yes, he replied, a German Shepherd. And then 3 months later, a couple came over for dinner and told her that Proctor had been friends with the Albert family for years. Let's go to the part about Turtle Boy. If you'd like me to link this article for you below, because many of you may not have ever read it, let me know. On April 12th of this year, Jackson submitted a 92-page affidavit to the court laying out the defense team's theory in detail. Reed's attorneys knew it would help their efforts if someone in the media started paying attention to their version of events, that there was more than meets the eye with this case. Well, it's not illegal to talk to reporters. In fact, she's talking to Gretchen Voss. 5 days later, their wish came true. After multiple news tipsters told him to investigate the O'Keefe murder, Aidan Kearney, a blogger who goes by the name of TURTLEBOY, sat down in his Holden home surrounded by his young kids' plastic toys and board games and read through the case filings. Parens, both Kearney and Reed's defense team say they have never been in contact with one another. That's what they're pointing to here as a big smoking gun. Because now they've got a phone extraction from Aidan that shows that they were in contact, I guess, before April. Not the board games. Not the board games. Let me know if you'd like me to link this below, and I will. Actually, I'll just do it right now anyway. Just anyway. Let's see, Boston Magazine article. You're welcome. You may have to refresh your browser if you want to get to it, if you're like watching right now. It's a good time to remind everybody we're 2 hours and 32 minutes in. You know, smash the like button, helps the algorithm. YouTube's algorithm keeps changing. They want people to watch shorts now instead of long form content like this. But I know you guys like long form content, and we're here all the time. Back to the complaint. This statement was false and intended to hide the fact that Kearney was carrying out Reed's defamatory scheme. Well, also, those are the words of Gretchen Voss. So maybe she wrote it down wrong. I don't know. Moreover, 20 months after telling Kearney that his April 22nd, 2023 show accusing McCabe, Brian Albert, and Colin Albert of being involved in the death of O'Keefe was a great effing show, Yannetti disavowed Reed's relationship with Kearney. In an address he gave at Boston College Law School on November 11th, 2024, regarding Reed's first trial, Yannetti said he had concerns about Kearney and that he was someone, quote, you'd want to keep at arm's length. Yannetti also said, notwithstanding his undisclosed direct and indirect communications and coordination with Kearney, that Kearney's tactics, quote, are not the tactics of a refined defense attorney. Footnote 11. Which is an article in the Boston College Law magazine, November 11th, 2024, defending Karen Reed. Guess. That is an article in the Boston College BC Law magazine. See if I can find anything real quick in here. All right, found it. And here's the article, and here's the quote. In his talk at BC Law, Yannetti, right here, what's that here? Let's look here. Reed's trial was not immediately publicized, but that all changed when a blogger named TURTLEBOY picked up the story. In his talk at BC Law, Yannetti was quick to say that he had concerns about TURTLEBOY. He described him as someone who, quote, had bashed the hell out of one of my clients 6 or 7 years ago. He was somebody you want to keep at arm's length. The tactics he uses are not the tactics of a refined defense attorney. Still, the blogger's attention to the case jump-started the media swarm and, as Yannetti put it, quote, the tremendous Free Karen Reed movement. Well, I mean, they didn't put that part in their complaint, but this is an article from BC Law magazine, November 11th, 2024, defending Karen Reed, and there's a picture of David Yannetti. Back to the papers. Similarly, Jackson publicly denied communicating and coordinating with Kearney. In an October 18th, 2024 interview, Jackson denied involving Kearney and Karen Reed's public strategy. Yet, during that same interview, Reed acknowledged that she had communicated with Kearney frequently, but she limited that disclosure, claiming that the two only spoke in the months leading up to her March 24th 2024 criminal trial. And this is another Boston.com article. But when you click on it, it says page not found. See? I don't know. Did they take it down? I wish that YouTube would make it easier to share screen so I don't have to keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's not there. Did anybody find this ever? Okay. I tried. On April 24th, 2023, Kearney published part 10 of his Canton cover-up series, wherein he again accused McCabe of covering up a murder and pretending to be a compassionate person while a completely innocent woman faces decades in prison. In response, Reed, through her intermediary, messaged Kearney stating, please tell Kearney that article might be his best so far. Kearney responded, really? That from her, Reed? The intermediary replied, yep. Since April of 2023, Kearney has published 545 parts to his Canton cover-up series, along with countless other pieces of content, including posts on X and YouTube, falsely claiming that the plaintiffs were responsible for O'Keefe's death. Kearney's content has spanned thousands of tweets, hundreds of blog posts, hundreds of YouTube videos, and countless other public statements across a variety of platforms. Kearney has also continued to spread his harmful defamatory statements in interviews with multiple sources. Ooh, footnote 14. Aiden Kearney, Canton Cover-Up, part 542, a complete listing of every TURTLEBOY interview before and after Karen Reed not guilty verdict. I interviewed him on my channel too. So that is in part 542. Oh, wait a second. How did we miss 13? Oh, okay. Listen to this. 13 was one of my favorite footnotes. Okay. On April 24th, 2023, Kearney published part 10 of his Canton cover-up series, wherein he again accused McCabe of covering up a murder and pretending to be a compassionate person while a completely innocent woman faces decades in prison. Check this out. Before this case, didn't know who TURTLEBOY was until well into I started covering the case. Or actually, somebody brought it to my attention before I started covering the case, but I had never watched anything of his. I had never read anything on his website, and I didn't know this. Okay. So check this out. This was April 14th of 2023, one of his first articles on the Canton cover-up, and this is part 10. Jennifer McCabe hired boomer mobster attorney Kevin Reddington, who claims she passed a polygraph test. I knew nothing. I was today years old, or yesterday when I started reading this, that I knew that Kevin Reddington claimed that Jennifer McCabe took a polygraph test. Did anybody know that? Does anybody remember this? So here's Kevin Reddington. We like Kevin Reddington. We've seen him he represents Lindsay Clancy. He represented Ingolf Turk. He's one of the best defense attorneys in Massachusetts. And there's him in the orange tie here, and Jennifer McCabe to the right. And here's part of the article. Listen to this. Jennifer McCabe has hired South Shore famous boomer attorney Kevin Reddington, and despite not being charged any crimes, he claims that she took and passed a polygraph test. Oh, guess what would be on my first notice of discovery? I want to see a copy of this polygraph test. The legal battle over who's to blame for the death of a Boston police officer during a snowstorm has taken another bitter turn. Boston police officer John O'Keefe died while outside a Canton home on January 29th, 2022, as the storm pounded the region. Defense attorneys for Karen Reed, the woman accused in the death, say others are culpable, but that has sparked some high-powered pushback. Quote, "My client, Jennifer McCabe, has been vilified in pleadings. They are spinning it," attorney Kevin Reddington told the Herald Monday. "It's going nowhere. The whole scenario is baseless." Reddington, a top lawyer in the region, is hitting back at the Reed's legal team, who claim in motions that McCabe and Brian Albert were inside the Canton home on the night of the death and are partly responsible. Reddington said McCabe passed a polygraph test showing, quote, "no evidence of deception or any conspiracy or cover-up." This rabbit hole the defense is trying to go down will sputter, Reddington added, saying his client called 911 and his client called 911 and any search was done on behalf of Reed. Reddington said his client has been through hell and back as others push different scenarios. Reed has been out on bail since initially being charged in Stoughton District Court on 2/2/22 when she posted $50,000 following her indictment. That following June, the Superior Court set a bail of $100,000, which she posted. Her bail has since been lowered to $75,000. I did not know. And then he goes on to say, after a trifecta of photos of Jennifer McCabe, "Oh yes, Jennifer McCabe is the real victim here. She's been through hell and back covering up a murder and pretending to be a compassionate person while a completely innocent woman faces decades in prison. Meanwhile, Karen Reed lost her long-term boyfriend, his children, her job, her freedom, her ability to drive, likely most of her savings, and never got the chance to properly grieve the person she was closest to. Poor Jennifer McCabe. Keep in mind, this is the same attorney who said that this guy would be found not guilty." And then there's a picture. Fall River Mayor Jaziel Correa was the most transparently guilty criminal of all time, and legal experts couldn't believe when he didn't take a plea deal and elected to take his corruption case to trial. He was found guilty on 21 of 24 charges. Reddington said he was stunned after the verdict. And so it goes. Here are some questions I have. He says, how do we know she passed the polygraph test? Because her lawyer said so? What questions were asked on the polygraph? Who administered it? Michael Proctor? Who was in the room to witness it when it happened? Canton police? Was it family favorite, off-duty cop Sergeant Lank? He likes to help out the Alberts a lot when he's off the clock. Why would a woman who has not been charged with any crimes and is not listed in a suspect in any crimes take a polygraph test? And then Aiden, who does his research, says this isn't the first time Reddington has claimed that one of his clients passed a polygraph test. In 2014, he represented Korea's predecessor as Fall River Mayor William Flanagan after his future client, Korea, accused Flanagan of threatening him with a gun as a way to intimidate him. Reddington stated that Korea was lying by showing the media results of a polygraph test that he claims prove that Flanagan never pulled a gun on Korea. So why isn't he showing the results now? Think of how explosive that would be. It's almost as if there are no polygraph tests, because it would be absurd to think that a woman who is not a suspect in a crime will go out and get an independent polygraph test in response to defense pleadings for another woman's murder trial. There is no reason to trust anything Kevin Reddington says because he's paid to lie. You know how I know that? Because he said that the whole scenario is baseless. Clearly, that is a lie because Jennifer McCabe lied about John O'Keefe being in the house at 34 Fairview, intentionally called and texted John O'Keefe 8 times between 12:29 and 12:50 to pretend that she was finding out why he hadn't come in the house, when in fact she knew that he was being dragged out to the front lawn to die. Despite claiming to have no idea that John O'Keefe was lying in the snow till she Googled how long to die in snow at 2:27 a.m. before pacing in her home until 4:53 when Karen Reed called her to ask about John's whereabouts, deleted all of her calls to Tom Beatty and her sister that morning, along with the 2:27 Google search, attempted to cover her tracks by Googling how long to die in snow again after leading Karen Reed to John's body, Googled how long does it take to digest food once she realized that pathologists would be able to determine time of death based on food digestion. And so there is more to this article, but that is the part of the polygraph test that I didn't know about. They're not admissible in court, but I mean, why would she take a polygraph test and where is it? Has anybody ever seen it? It's going to be part of her deposition. I'm sure she's going to be asked about it. And here is the Celebrite extraction report indicating the 623 and 624 searches from Jennifer McCabe's phone. How long TI, DIE, and CIKD at 6:23:51, and then at 6:24:18, HOS long to die in cold. Had she merely done those Google searches, he might have a point. But how does he explain this one that she deleted? And then you go back, and there at 2:27:40 a.m. is a search, HOS long to die in cold. And under the deleted column of Celebrite, it says, deleted, yes. When you go back to the other ones, the deleted column is empty. I think it came out that the digestion search was a suggested search. You know how sometimes when you start typing something into Google, it'll populate with suggestions of what they think you're trying to type in there, and that may have been what that was. That may have been what that was. Polygraphs aren't admissible. It doesn't matter. Jennifer McCabe wasn't even a party to Karen Reed's lawsuit. The point is, why would she even take one? And I don't know why I'm just hearing about it now. Maybe you guys knew about it because you guys have read TURTLEBOY since the beginning days. Section B, the conspiracy continues. Reed and Kearney continued communicating before, during, and after her trials to coordinate their defamation of the plaintiffs. Reed and Kearney agreed to act in concert and use their defamation of the plaintiffs to subvert the Commonwealth's prosecution to attract an audience and to monetize that audience and their celebrity. In furtherance of this scheme, Reed regularly funneled non-public information to Kearney using tradecraft, such as intermediaries, so that Kearney could selectively publish, at Reed's behest, certain non-public material for the purpose of casting false suspicion on the plaintiffs and away from Reed. Reed instructed Kearney to falsely claim that he had not received information from Reed when in fact he had done exactly that. For example, on April 23rd, 2023, despite having already publicly accused Colin Albert of O'Keefe's murder at Reed's direction and encouragement, Kearney inquired of Reed's intermediary regarding how Reed knew that Colin Albert was ever at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, after O'Keefe allegedly arrived. In response, Reed, through the intermediary, so it was Natalie responding, quote, Brian and Nicole and Chris and Julie all testified he was there, but I can't send grand jury testimony because it's sealed. But note here, the grand jury is in parentheses. So she didn't, what Natalie said was, but I can't send testimony because it's sealed. They are inserting there, I believe, the grand jury portion of that text message, assuming that that's what Natalie meant. But you know what happens when you assume something? If you watch The Odd Couple from a million years ago, you know what happens when you assume something, you make an ass out of you and me. That statement was not true, as no witness has ever testified that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Reed's vehicle arrived at that location. Well, right, because everyone tried to keep his name out of it. Because Colin wasn't there when John was there, according to some testimony. That same day, Reed also informed Kearney through the intermediary about the details of an alleged non-public ongoing separate investigation, apparently related to law enforcement's investigation of O'Keefe's death. Right, would be the FBI. In a message to Kearney, Reed, through the intermediary, stated, quote, not public, the feds have been involved longer than anyone is likely guessing. Okay, so that goes all the way back to April of 23rd of 2023. Karen Reed is allegedly saying the feds have been involved longer than anyone is likely guessing. How does that help you? Exactly. The feds were the reason that Matthew Farwell was indicted and arrested federally for the murder of Sandra Birchmore and her unborn baby when Canton police covered that up and Massachusetts State Police covered that up, and nobody ever looked into it, even though Matthew Farwell's DNA was found on Sandra Birchmore's underwear and on the strap that was used to strangle her. That doesn't help. Moreover, on December 1, 2023, Kearney posted a YouTube video in which he included audio that had been recovered from O'Keefe's phone by investigators. Excellent. Because isn't going to help you either. Wearing a Jackson Yannetti 2024 t-shirt that is for sale on his website, Kearney played audio from a voicemail that Reed was leaving for O'Keefe at the time she found O'Keefe's body, incidentally capturing McCabe calling 911. At the time of Kearney's YouTube video, only the Commonwealth, Reed, and Reed's legal team possessed the audio file. The problem is, also caught on that audio, if I'm thinking of the same audio, is Jennifer McCabe calling inside the house to say something like, isn't anybody going to come down here and help me? Or something like, somebody come down and help me? I don't remember. 2 times, right? 2 times. That doesn't help your case. But we're here. Let's go back to that original Karen Reed case, Jen McCabe 911 tape breakdown, because they want us to see it because it's a footnote in their lawsuit. I'll give a blanket warning for language because I'm not sure what the language is in here. I usually don't curse on this channel because a lot of you have your kids in the car or have your You're playing me on the computer at work or whatever. So put your earbuds in for this. They want us to see it. So this is the YouTube presentation of TURTLEBOY from December 1 of 2023. Here we go. I'm going to make a banner. 12/1/23. Footnote, whatever.
The Jen McCabe 911 call, but unfortunately it got interrupted
Hold on.
because
Oop.
some guy in England sent pizzas to my
All right. Tell me if you can hear this okay, or if it needs a boost. Let me go back.
house, and that kind of scared the crap out of us. All right, what's up, Turtle Riders? So the other night we listened to the Jen McCabe 911 call, but unfortunately it got interrupted because some guy in England sent pizzas to my house, and that kind of scared the crap out of us.
Okay. I'll boost it a little bit.
But we figured it out.
Wait, that's way too loud. Hold on.
All out.
Hold on. Off. On.
And we kind of wanted to redo because the whole thing got interrupted, and it was kind of a really important thing. So what we're going to do right now is a crash course review of the entire 911 call. Again, on the night of, or on the morning of January 29th, 2022, 3 women, Kerry Roberts was driving, Jennifer McCabe was sitting shotgun, and Karen Reed was in the back seat. Went out looking for John O'Keefe because he was missing. He did not come home back to One Meadows Ave that night, so they went out looking for him because Karen Reed was worried. Little did she know she was about to find something grisly in the same spot where she dropped him off, or the same house that she dropped him off, at least, 34 Fairview Road. So they pull up to the house. Karen is the only one that sees John's body, a 6'2", 217-pound body, just 10 feet from the curb. Somehow she's the only one that sees it, illuminated by the snow, and she gets out. Kerry Roberts gets out of the car. The two of them try to start doing CPR to save John's life because he's still alive. They have no idea how long he's been out there. Nobody knows what happened except for Jen. She knows what happened, but she pretends like she didn't. And Jen calls 911 from the warmth of her Kerry Roberts' vehicle. So we're going to pick it up right there. So what happened was how we got this audio. This is not the actual 911 audio. This is an incidental audio in which Karen Reed called John O'Keefe while looking for him. She saw his body about, 10 seconds into the call, drops the phone in the back seat, and goes over to try to save his life. The audio it picks up is from what takes place in the car, because that audio leaves a voicemail on John O'Keefe's phone, and that's what we're going to hear right now is the 4-minute, 5-second voicemail that was left on John O'Keefe's phone from Karen Reed. It picks up mostly the audio inside the car. You're going to hear windshield wipers the entire time, but it also picks up what's going on outside the car. Now, some people have said maybe Karen Reed, the detractors, not that they're honest people, we should care what they think, but the detractors have suggested that perhaps Karen Reed's faking it, right? This is a big show she's doing here. She's pretending to be surprised. She's pretending to be shocked. Question for those people. If she wanted to make it seem like that, why wouldn't she keep the phone in her pocket? Why wouldn't she keep the phone in her pocket? Wouldn't that be even better? Wouldn't that have created even better audio? Or how did she know that Jen McCabe was going to act as bad as she sounds on this tape? Did she leave it in the car because she knew Jen? If she thought that Jen McCabe was actually innocent and that she was going to be shocked to find the body, wouldn't she know that Jennifer McCabe would be acting with authenticity and genuine emotion? They always talk about 911 tapes. They're some of the most important things played in murder trials, right? Talking about them. But in this one, they want to dismiss it because it makes their girl look incredibly, incredibly guilty. So let's bring it up. Let's play this tape from the beginning and do what we couldn't do the other night because of the pizza delivery guy. Here we go. So that's, you hear the windshield wipers there. You hear Karen Reed in the background yelling, Carrie, Carrie. That is a woman in a trauma who doesn't know what else to say. I've been in this position before. You're kind of looking at your friends like, do something, say something. There's got to be something we can do. We saved this person's life. There's got to be something that we can do. Karen Reed is not an actress. She's a financial whatever. She messes with your money. She is not Julia Roberts. So if this is an act, this is a world-class act that she's putting on right here.
Yes, I need someone to take 34th year road, Vietnam. There's a man passed out in the snow.
So this is Jennifer McCabe. She says she's at 34 Fairview Road. And by the way, on the official police report, it actually says 32 Fairview Road. She says 30.
This is where I got there's a man passed out in the snow. Let's do it again.
Yes, I need someone to take 34th year road, Vietnam. There's a man passed out in the snow.
So this is Jennifer McCabe. She says she's at 34 Fairview Road. And by the way, on the official police report, it actually says 32 Fairview Road. She says 34 Fairview Road at least 3 times in this tape. And they still put 32 Fairview Road, which is pretty interesting. They also don't put Brian Albert Sr.'s name on it. They just put B. Albert. He's the only one not listed out. But listen to what she says there. There's a man passed out in the snow. Now, keep in mind, who this man? No, she knows who this man is because Karen Reed has gotten out of the car already and said, "There's John," and they're literally looking for John, and they get out of the car when they see him. So she knows who it is. She says, "There's a man passed out in the snow." Now, keep in mind, this is a quote unquote man who she was just with 6 hours prior. She was just with him 6 hours prior. At the very least, according to her own story, they were together at the waterfall bar. And she invited him back to that house. She invites him back to 34 Fairview Road to her brother-in-law, Brian Albert's house. She talks to him on the phone at, I believe, 12:17, giving him directions to get there because they went the wrong way. They took the long way down Dedham Street instead of coming from, what is that road to the south of there? They all begin with the C. Crenshaw, I don't forget the name of the road. Either way, he didn't come from that way. He came from the wrong way. So they were taking a little longer. So she just talked to him on the phone. And if you just spoke with this guy 5.5 hours ago, and this is supposedly a good friend of yours, not just some acquaintance, John O'Keefe is a friend, you invited him there, you were insistent that he come there, then all of a sudden, you see him, his dead body, what appears to be his dead body, and you just refer to him as a man in the snow. And now some have said that, oh, she kept her cool about this. It's like, no, that is not showing human emotion. She is not a first responder. She doesn't find dead bodies on the regular. Your first time finding a dead body, you're going to remember it. It's going to shock you to the core. She's acting like she's some grizzled veteran out there, finding dead bodies all the time. So she just calls him a man in the snow. Now, keep in mind, if she's mentioned he's a Boston police officer in the snow, that would elicit a different response from 911. Fear or not, it just would. It just would. And she doesn't want that to happen. So she goes on.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I don't know why. I think he fell. I think he slipped. I think she said. I don't know why he's there. She makes sure to point that out. I don't know how he got there. I don't know. And I don't know anything about that. And then meanwhile, Karen's in the background yelling, John, John.
I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket, Carrie. Yes, I need some.
Where are the blankets, Carrie? Where are the blankets? Can't find the blankets, Carrie. The 911 dispatcher likely told her, are there any blankets? Can you get blankets? And obviously they don't have blankets in their car, apparently. Now, luckily for her, she's outside of a house belonging to her sister. The front door is locked, and Jen knows that because Jen later walks into that house and tells police that she knows they keep the front door unlocked for some strange reason. And at any point, if she needs blankets, she can just go in that house right there, run in, grab blankets. At the very least, if you can't reach them on the phone and tell them, you need to get in there and wake their asses up and get them out here. There's a dead man on your front lawn, a dead cop, a dead friend on the front lawn of your property. Get your ass out here. Get your ass out here. But she doesn't do that. She just asks Kerry if she has blankets and then gives up. Just like that. Does nothing to go inside, does nothing to get the attention of the homeowners. Keep in mind, Brian Albert is a trained first responder. He has seen actual dead bodies before, most likely, as a police officer of 29 years on the Boston Police Department. That sort of experience, you're going to see some shit, but she doesn't think to get him. She's going to, Karen Reed can handle it. There it is, 34 Fairview Road in Canton again, she tells her. I mean, during this time, nothing, she has the phone in her hand. She can run into the house. She doesn't even tell the dispatcher that she's at her sister's house. You know why she doesn't tell the dispatcher that she's at her sister's house? Because she knows that the dispatcher will tell her to get your ass in the house and get the blankets. Get the guy inside. Get help. Do something. The more the merrier. Get people out of here who can help. Don't just leave Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed alone in the snow with this person who's lying in the snow. This man in the snow. He's 46 years old. I thought that was weird too. Like the fact that she knows how old he is off the top of his head, like the exact age, just kind of weird. It's almost like I don't know what, I'm not suggesting anything with that, but that's just a weird detail to know, like on the fly. Not like, I think he's in his mid 40s, late 40s, something like that. Oh, he's 46. I know exactly how old he is. Okay.
I don't know if he got out of the car and it could be an hour. Kerry?
He got out of the car. I don't know. It could be an hour. Well, if you're Jen McCabe and that you know as a fact, according to police, you saw the car pull up there, Karen Reed's car pull up there at 12:30 and leave around 12:30, something like that. She said it left at 12:45. Sometimes she says 12:40, but she saw the car leave. So why would you think that he was only out there for an hour? It could be an hour. Why would you say that? You know, if you think that Karen Reed dropped him off there 5.5 hours ago and he's dead as a result of that, how are you not blaming Karen Reed? Like, how are you not saying that, well, she dropped him off here 5.5 hours ago? Could be an hour. Could be an hour. She also said that he got out of the car. That's interesting because within the next 10 minutes, the Canton police will arrive at the house. And she tells Officer Mullaney, Sergeant Good, and Sergeant Lank very different stories. She tells them specifically that actually he doesn't get out of the car. She didn't see him get out of the car. She told Good, I believe, that she saw the door open. She told the others that she just saw the car pull up and then drive away. She never once mentioned anything about him getting out of the car. She tells a different story every time. We've seen it in their police reports. Different story every single time. But this time, she says that she saw John get out of the car. And why does she say that? Because she is trying to, first of all, I highly doubt that she thought that she was going to be the one doing the 911 call. A lot of the detractors have said this. How did Jennifer McCabe know that she would get the 911 call? She didn't, obviously. She didn't rehearse it very well. She had no idea that Kearney would be calling her at 4:53. That was a stroke of not luck, but who else? Like, of course, Karen Reed is going to call the person who invited John over there. And her daughter has the phone number, or John's daughter, John's niece, has the phone number for Jennifer McCabe. And of course, Jennifer McCabe's up at 4:53 because she hasn't gone to bed after a night of drinking. And so that's great. I mean, Jennifer McCabe, of course, she's going to jump in the car. Now, they had no.
All right. If you're just tuned in and you're confused, this is footnote 15 in the plaintiff's complaint, which is why we're watching it. And they're alleging nobody else had this audio recording except for Karen Reed and her attorneys. Therefore, she must have turned it over to him. Therefore, she must have been conspiring with him to defame Jennifer McCabe. Now, is TURTLEBOY defaming Jennifer McCabe without a reasonable basis for his observations and opinions? You tell me. Let's keep going.
Idea. Karen could have slept in. Karen could have slept till 8:30, whatever. Then John's going to be really dead. And then John's going to be found by the plow driver or whoever, some passerby, whatever. I'm sure that would have been preferable for them, is if somebody else found it. But Karen Reed was actually concerned. Karen Reed's the only one who gave a shit. So she calls Jen and says, let's go find his ass. Where the hell is he? And goes looking and she finds him. And so obviously Jen McCabe was not ready for this phone call. She did not plan this phone call out. She didn't think about the 911 call and what she was going to say. She didn't have her story completely straight yet. She says this before she gives the statements to police. She's so calm. I can't wait to hear the full 911 call. Hear what the dispatcher said. Now Jen's yelling something there. She says,
hearing Karen and her hysteria is so triggering. I mean, do you think Karen's faking it because she knew that she hit John with her car? Or does that sound real to you? What do you think a jury's going to think? This is Jen McCabe's dear friend of 10 years. She does not sound shooketh at all. And Matt McCabe testified in trial number 1 that, oh, Jen is very calm in, stressful situations. That's just how she is.
Carrie 7 times. And I think she says Jen here.
I know I'm on the phone with Andrew. I know.
I know that sound. I know that. Listen to the fear in her voice. That is the fear of desperation. That's like a soldier crying for his mommy on the battlefield. That is a woman who is looking at this man who lives with her and she loves, regardless of whether or not she's in a fight with him or not. She loves him. And she's just looking at his lifeless body and there's nothing she can do. All of her efforts to save his life, it's just not working. And in a desperate act of like, can someone else please save him? Carrie, there's got to be something we can do. Jen, please, there's got to be something we can do. What do we do? Like, that is so, you cannot fake this, man. You can't fake this. Meryl Streep couldn't do this. This is too good. This is too authentic. This is too real. So there's Carrie. Karen, you gotta stop. I can't wait to see the dash cam video. Not that I don't know anything about any dash cam videos, just like I didn't know anything about this 911 tape. But I bet you the dash cam videos are even crazier, because you'll actually probably get to see Jen McCabe in the flesh, and you'll see police, and you'll see first responders, and we'll get to see how all of them respond to this. All of them. But I don't know anything about any dash cam videos. So we'll see what happens. Maybe they'll come out. Maybe they'll be introduced into trial, and maybe they'll make Jen McCabe look like an even bigger monster. We shall see. You're not helping, Kerry says. Fuck off, Kerry. Wait for it. Wait for it. You guys hear that? No one's coming out to help. That's what I hear. Keep in mind, so that is at the 3:37 mark. There was 3 minutes and 55 seconds between when Jen dials 911 and when she calls her sister Nicole Albert at 6:07. There's 3 minutes and 55 seconds. We are at the 3 minute and 40 whatever second, 41 mark, 3:41. So a lot of the detractors will say, well, that doesn't make sense. That couldn't be her calling Nicole. That little whisper that you heard there, that couldn't be her calling Nicole, because she called Nicole 3 minutes and 55 seconds afterwards, and this is only 3 minutes and 41 seconds afterwards. Aha! Gotcha, turtle fucker. You lied.
Ooh,
Except I'm not lying.
Listen, turtle.
How this works, when this tape started, when this voicemail started, she was already on the phone with 911. She called the dispatch center. You call 911, you get a general dispatch center, a regional dispatch center. They send you to your local town police department when you tell you where you are. So she called, and I don't know if it's in Norwood, I think it is, or Dedham. Then they sent it to the dispatch center, or I apologize, to the Canton Police Department, Canton 911. And she gets on the whole phone with them at about what, the 15-20 second mark. But when the video started, she was being transferred from the dispatch center to there. So that's where they got you. Because remember, she calls the phone. She calls John. Phone ring, 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 ring. While it's ringing, Jen hits 911. Gets him. The phone call begins. The phone call begins. The 3 minute, 55 second countdown begins to the Nicole Albert call. And then finally, like 15, 20 seconds in, to Jen's 911 call, John's voicemail finally starts picking up this audio. And as you can see there, she whispers something. Listen to this again. A lot of people debate what she's saying here, but it's without a doubt a whisper, and some of the words are undeniable.
Okay, so if you've never heard this before, and many of you have not, if you have never heard this before, pay attention now, because this is after the 2 911 calls where she's whispering. Now, what had happened was Karen was calling John on her phone. When Karen saw John's car, she jumped out of the car to go to his body and dropped her phone in the back seat of the car from where Jen was making these calls. And so it is on the voicemail, because John's voicemail picked up. And so this was recorded on John's voicemail. This came from the extraction of John O'Keefe's phone. So listen now to what Jen McCabe is whispering into the phone. A lot of you have never heard this before. Wow. Here we go.
Some people here, Brian's coming out to help, fucking coming out to help, someone's coming out to help, no one's coming out to help. A lot of different things. Bottom line here is she's talking to her sister, Nicole. Talking to. Not a voicemail. Talking to. Her sister, Nicole. And the phrase coming out to help is 100% uttered there. Listen to that. Coming out to help. And she whispers it. So that's two things there. She whispers and coming out to help. Why would you ever whisper in a situation like that? Why are you calling? So you're calling your sister. So that makes sense. If you were actually trying to get them to help, you would call, right? And if they don't call, if they don't answer, then you go inside the house. She claims they didn't answer. She never goes in the house until, like, you know, whenever everybody leaves, much later. Oh yeah, by the way, there's a dead body on your lawn. It's gone now. It's gone now. But it's
again, if that was my sister, I'd be running into the house to find out that everyone else was okay too. I can't believe how many of you look. Nurse Kim is here. Hi, Nurse Kim. I love you so much. Oh, Nurse Kim, they're coming for me too. Don't worry, they're coming for me too. John O'Keefe was still not hit by a car. Car still did not hit John O'Keefe. And there's one, you know, there's one person out there who claims to speak for the Reeds. And I have found out today by a direct conversation that was very long that this person, who is a lawyer, in fact, does not in any way, shape, or form speak for the Reed family. So print that.
There was a dead body on your lawn. And so she claims that nobody answered that. Of course, that's a lie because it would have gone to voicemail. There was no voicemail. It would have come up as unanswered. It came up as answered, no matter what Adam Lally tells you. And she tells her, whispers, because she doesn't want anyone hearing this, something about coming out to help. Whatever that is, Nicole hears it and does not come out to help. So she's probably telling her, I'm guessing, that like someone else is coming to help. 911's coming to help. Whoever's coming to help. You don't need to come out. We're good.
How come she didn't say, holy shit, John O'Keefe is dead on your lawn? How come she didn't say that? How come she didn't say, holy shit, is everyone in the house okay? John O'Keefe is dead on your lawn. No, who's coming out to help? Do you think a jury's going to look favorably on this? Or do you think a jury might say, Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney had every reason to believe that whatever had happened to John O'Keefe happened either inside or outside of that house, and that they knew what happened? This could lead to an actual investigation into the murder of John O'Keefe, maybe. Because there are a lot of people out there who don't know about this until now, and who may be even louder than I am, and even louder than TURTLEBOY is. And he's way louder than I am. And now he's being sued for it.
She calls her 30 seconds after this.
I never accused anyone of murder, to be clear. But something happened to John O'Keefe, and he did not hit by a car. He did not get hit by a car. I have said many times, he could have walked to the backyard to take a leak while the dog was out. The dog could have attacked him, grabbed his arm. He could have fallen backwards onto the concrete patio around the backyard pool, smashed his head open and died. And then maybe, just maybe, some people freaked out because everyone was drunk and they didn't know what to do. But the fact remains, John O'Keefe was walking up to the front door of that house. Something happened and he was found on the lawn the next day. But what happened to him was not a car accident.
But the voicemail ends, so we don't get that one. We don't get that one.
And why didn't they come out? Right. Why didn't they come out?
So let me run through a couple of the quotes here. This is what Jen told. Remember, she said on the tape that there's a man in the snow. That's all. Just a man in the snow, lying in the snow. And she told that the several first responders, police officers, troopers, Canton cops, different things here. This is what she told Trooper Prince from the state police. Jen said that they were approaching 34 Fairview when Karen said, pull the fucking car over. There he is. So there he is. She goes, there he is. There he is. So she knew that it was John. By her own words, she knew it was John. And she still referred to him as a man in the snow. Not my friend is in the snow. My friend is outside my sister's house. And just there's a man lying in the snow. 34 Fairview Road. Okay. Want to come down here and help out with that? Jen said as they were approaching the house, they said, "Well, there he is." Jen said she did not notice him, but Karen did. Carrie stopped in the middle of the road and Carrie jumped out of the car and went to him. Jen said that John was in the area where she had last seen the vehicle the night prior. Jen said he was on the.
Okay, so we've already been over all of these witness statements because those were contained in other footnotes in this document, and so we don't have to watch the rest of this. But maybe there'll be a new renewed interest in this because many of you were not aware of the whispering that went on in the phone call to Nicole, the 2 phone calls, I think, to Nicole Albert after Jennifer McCabe called 911. But Jennifer McCabe wants us to see it because it's a footnote in her lawsuit. So we're playing it. And we played most of it. But that is evidence, their evidence, that Aiden and Karen were conspiring against them to defame them because they knew when they said these things that it was false. Remember, in order to prove defamation, they have to prove that Aiden and Karen knew that these things were false when they said them. And if it's up to a jury, if it gets over the anti-slap motion, I don't know, if you're on the jury, would you think that they had every right to believe that this was true based on the evidence of the Commonwealth? Medicine, science, and physics? Back to the papers. Eventually, Reed and Kearney started communicating directly for the purpose of sharing information, coordinating the timing of defamatory publications, and aligning Reed's litigation strategy with their shared public defamation campaign. To do so, Reed utilized Signal, an encrypted messaging system that avoids detection and aids deletion of communications. Reed and Kearney ultimately exchanged over 189 phone calls, totaling more than 40 hours in 2023 alone, not including the countless messages exchanged through Signal. In conspiring with Kearney to defame the plaintiffs, Reed knew that Kearney's and her statements blaming plaintiffs for the murder of O'Keefe were false because in reality, she was responsible for O'Keefe's death. Again, all the experts say that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and that his injuries did not line up with being in a car accident, including the medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth, Irene Scorti-Bello, who said his injuries didn't line up with a car accident in her testimony, and Dr. LaPosada, Queen Dr. LaPosada, who said a car didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter. But let's rehash all of this again because you're now suing them. And here they're talking about the Signal messages, the encrypted messaging system. So remember, they only have Karen Reed's phone extraction up to the date of January 29th of 2022, because they claim that they never extracted the phones they got from her in 2024. And in fact, the Commonwealth is still allowed to hold on to those phones pending appeals of the motion of whether or not they should get to extract them, even though they never did anything. But what they do now have, thanks to some friendlies, is a complete and total phone extraction of Aiden Kearney, which has been leaked to the public and which the hawks out there have been gobbling up to use as evidence in this lawsuit. And so what I think happened, and I don't know for sure, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, if you know with 100% certainty, because while I'm out here doing my own shows, I do not have time to watch Aiden's shows at all, hardly ever, unless I get sent clips. In Aiden's phone extraction that has recently been leaked to the public on advice of God knows who, by God knows who, are there Signal messages between Aiden and Karen that have been leaked? And is the source of those Signal messages Aiden's phone extraction? So that was certainly something that is new information that is now attempting to be used as ammunition by the plaintiffs in this lawsuit. The phone extraction does show they have the Signal messages have been published. And so I don't know where they came from, but they have been out there on the cesspool of Twitter. You guys have sent them to me. So was it in the phone extraction? It didn't. Isn't that the whole point, is that it's supposed to like auto delete and be encrypted? And so my opinion so far is that if these are indeed Signal messages and they can be authenticated, just some of Karen's because they read out as a notification on my phone. That's my understanding. I don't know. I need somebody who really knows. Somebody said that if he has signal alerts on, those alerts show up in the phone extraction. Oh, well, I'm not watching that, Emily. Can Fervent make a clip of that and make a video? I'll give Fervent a view. But I don't know if they're going to quote these in this 50-page complaint. But congratulations to those people who thought it would be a good idea to release them, because those particular messages could be their strongest argument. Could be. But we got to keep going. In furtherance of the scheme, on May 3rd, 2023, Kearney met with Reed, Jackson, and Yannetti for the purpose of coordinating Kearney's extrajudicial defamatory publications with Reed's litigation and media strategy. Well, I mean, do you think maybe by throwing Jackson and Yannetti into this lawsuit, they now want to make them witnesses, which they clearly are doing, and so Alan Jackson will not be able to represent Karen in the defense of this lawsuit? I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. That's why they name them in here, right? That same day, and after the meeting with Reed and her counsel, Kearney posted a YouTube video reacting to Jackson's press conference after a court appearance. Well, that takes us to footnote 16 from May 3rd of 2023, which we're going to watch in a moment. During this video, Kearney stated, John O'Keefe was murdered by Brian Albert and by Colin Albert, and that friggin' dog and every other single person in that house who remains quiet to this day and participated in the lie. They're all guilty of murder as far as I'm concerned. They're participating in it by accusing every other single person in that house. Kearney intended to include McCabe and Higgins in his defamatory statement, a fact that his followers would have understood in light of prior publications. Okay, you put it in here, so let's watch it. This is footnote. What are we up to now? Footnote 16. But before we do that, let me read some of your super chats so you don't get upset. On to pop, it says, this case can be in state court, but they just had to move the one where they are the defendant to federal court so no one gets to know what's going on. Makes sense. This case is in state court. They filed this in Barnstable. Down the Cape. So this one is in state court. Thanks. On top of it for your 10. Mary Louise says, my head hurts. They left him outside when he was still alive. They didn't even try to save him. Thank you for tuning in from Sweden, Mary Louise, and for your very generous super chat. Andrea says, if I were Katie McLaughlin at this point, I would just tell the truth that she felt pressured to adopt the I hit him story and suffer the consequences for perjuring herself. Thank you, Andrea, for your opinions. Who brought the popcorn says, Melanie, the dark horse rises again and decided to open in Louisville. Yes, 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 that is in Boulder. I read about that. Thank you so very much. They did announce they were closing. They started auctioning off some of the stuff inside. And thank you for your $7.77 super chat. Crystal Justice says, in all the civil suits, can't they use the recovered library footage showing her driving home from 34 Fairview? Taillight intact. I haven't seen that video footage, but as we've discussed, civil discovery and civil evidence admission rules are far more generous than criminal rules. So yes, if there's something like that, they will likely be able to use it. It will likely be admissible. And so it just goes to what they were saying at the time, or Aiden was saying at the direction of Karen, because that's their theory. He had every reason to believe that. It was true. Teresa said, I showed my 90-year-old dad that pic of his knuckles. He's been a boxing coach for 70 years. He said 100% from bare fist fighting. Thank you, Teresa. Tuning in from across the pond. Lori said the McAlberts will never be able to say enough Hail Marys to be absolved of all their sins. Thank you for your opinion, Lori. And you're 10. Gigi said, I have to go to my gifted yoga class so I can not a stay and say I did a stay. Everyone have a great weekend. Awesome. Enjoy yoga. Bruce Wayne says, incoming lemon pound cake remix featuring Turtle Boy. Thank you, Bruce Wayne. Jojo says, this is not Turtle Boy's first time exposing the Commonwealth corruption. He broke many other cases and mainstream media would never credit or cite him. They stole his stories. Yes. Yes, Felicia, Massachusetts has an anti-slap statute. They do. Yes, they do. We're going to go over that and how it applies to this case. Felicia says, Karen never told Turtle Boy or media that she was talking to Higgy before trial 1, where Turtle Boy first heard about them texting. I wonder if she had knowledge that John O'Keefe knew. I don't know, Felicia. I don't know. Thanks for your 5. Bridget said 40 minutes behind, but the McKays and Alberts and Higgins need some pacifiers, big babies. We have a pacifier emoji for members. Thanks, Bridget. Appreciate your 10. Jody said, I still want to know, where's John's socks? Maybe he had Chloe. Oh, well, one of the clips that we're going to look at has a picture of his socks. And she says, where the socks went, maybe he had Chloe's fur after taking off his shoes, went, and why there was vomit on his boxers. Thanks, Jody. Romy says, curious how Higgy's testimony regarding seeing a tall, dark-haired male inside 34 Fairview plays out in this suit. Thanks, Melanie. Well, you know he's going to be questioned at length about it if this case gets to depositions. But since he is a defendant in Karen Reed's other cases, he will be deposed probably before he'll be deposed in this case. And they're going to ask him all about that tall, dark-haired man inside 34 Fairview. And I can't wait to hear what he has to say when, if ever, we will hear that. I'm not quite sure. Thank you, Romy, for your 20. You're so generous. Ellen says, starting to understand better why Mello and Tully renamed all Aiden's shows and articles for the grand jury in the criminal case. Titles are pretty on point. Thanks on top. I highlighted a couple of your super chats before, but on top says again, stupid. This may manifest the Aiden Karen combo. God is good. We'll see. Thank you for going over this again, says Emma J. And a couple of new members, MVP, and Martine from Spain. Thank you so very much. Just to refresh your recollection about what we're going to watch now, it is footnote 16. And this is Aiden Kearney's YouTube video reacting to Jackson's press conference after a court appearance. And here we go. Take me back to May 3rd of 2023. Here we go.
I mean, nice. What's your name?
Michael.
Michael, nice to meet you.
Yeah, I watch you.
Oh, excellent.
I was just introduced to you. Like what you're doing.
Oh, what's your name?
Kara.
Kara,
I
nice to meet you.
actually ran against the brother, one of the, I don't know.
Oh, in Canton?
Yeah.
Against, Chicken Parm Charlie.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris Albert. Right, okay, I got you. All right, got you. All right, yeah. That's his name. Get in the kitchen and make me a chicken parm. That's what I tell him. No, get your. We'll see what happens.
Do you mind if I get a picture?
Yeah, let's do it, brother. Let's do it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for everything.
They're welcome, man. Thank you.
What did you think of today? Out of curiosity.
That was fantastic. I mean, I thought her lawyers did a great job. And I am live right now, just to let you know, you're not on film. I am, but I thought our lawyers did a fantastic job explaining everything. The big revelation today was the prosecution came up with a brand new theory about broken glass from a cocktail glass causing that, which is even more ridiculous than all. So basically, they're just making shit up as they go along, throwing shit against the wall. It's hard to get a read on the judge, what she was thinking, but she has a brain. She went to law school. She can't be stupid. So you'd have to be very stupid to believe anything that they said. Yeah. All right. There we go.
Clearly, this is
freestylist.
For those of you who are not looking at your screen, he's wearing a black blazer, a turtle green button down, and a black and green tie with turtles all over it, I think. This is before stylist, pre-stylist. And this is the time when the Commonwealth's theory became, the dog attack, scratches, and bites on John O'Keefe's right arm were caused by the cocktail glass. Okay. Here we go. There's more. But wait, there's more.
All right. So we'll see what happens. So the judge didn't rule on the motion. Yeah, the judge didn't rule on the motion today, but they took it under advisement.
What's his logo on his tie? Okay.
I mean, they made the best. Jackson coming in with those big printouts of the bite marks. You can tell that resonated with everyone in there because you look at those bite marks. Those were. He's like, everybody in this courtroom knows where those bite marks came from. They came from a German Shepherd that mysteriously disappeared. And Adam Lally made a fool of himself, as he usually does, and attempted to come up with a insane explanation on the spot about a cocktail glass doing that, a freaking cocktail glass. And then Jackson made a great point. So let me get this straight. So first, that little woman right there hit him with a cocktail glass, causing parallel lacerations, deep wounds. She did that to him. And then he stood there voluntarily as she said, let me get in my car and do a 3-point turn into you to finish you off. And he happened to be bending over, so his face hit the thing. That is the stupidity you have to subscribe to if you were to believe any of this nonsense. So Karen Reed's here. This is Karen coming out of the courtroom. There they are.
So we probably are going to make a couple of quick statements.
Again, this is May 3rd, 2023. Notice who else you can I spy there. I think Tom CPU is there. Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Karen Reed on the courthouse steps after one of the pretrial hearings.
I'm going to let co-counsel David Yannetti go first.
Sure. For 15 months, this has been a quest for the truth conducted by one party in this case, the defense. The prosecution, on the other hand, has hid evidence, manipulated evidence, stalled, delayed, obfuscated. It has been the defense that has sought the truth. And as I said in court today, for 15 months, I have and our team has been asking for access to crucial, mandatory discovery and evidence. That's going back to February 2nd of 2022. It is now May 3rd of 2023, and the prosecution has still hid this evidence from us. This is outrageous. Make no mistake about it. We have done.
It was 16 months and they still can't get discovery. Remember the fight for discovery? It's beardless AJ.
Our own investigation in this case. We have spoken to witnesses whom the prosecution has either ignored or hidden from us. We have unearthed forensic evidence that the prosecution has either ignored or hidden from us. We have made substantial progress in this case to the point where anybody familiar with this case knows that Karen Reed is innocent. And yet, instead of finally investigating the people who had a motive to kill John O'Keefe, who beat him and left him to die in the cold, in a blizzard, the prosecution has chosen instead to dig their heels in. This will not end well for them. We will continue to unearth exculpatory evidence. They can attempt to stall us. They can attempt to hide. They can attempt to manipulate and delay. But we will not waver in our quest to unearth what the truth is here. Now, as I'm sure you can imagine, you haven't heard from Karen Reed yet. You ultimately will. This obviously has been very, very difficult
He's
for her.
pointing back at
You
himself.
heard me talk in court about the job that she has lost, the health insurance she's lost. Bear in mind, she was never allowed to properly mourn the death of her boyfriend because from the jump, the police made her a scapegoat. From the jump, she has not been able to do anything except fight for her life. But know this, Karen Reed is a strong woman. Karen Reed will not let them do this to her. We believe that ultimately the evidence is going to force the prosecution to dismiss this unjust prosecution. But until then, we will continue to fight tooth and nail to finally expose the full corruption of this case. Nice. We will continue to search for the truth. Our quest for the truth will be fruitful, and the truth will result in the dismissal of these charges, hopefully sooner rather than later. And with that, I would like to introduce my friend and colleague, Alan Jackson, who has further remarks.
You know, it dawns on me in looking at this case, going up.
I love how Aiden keeps pointing the camera back at himself. Look at this. If you could come to the screen, it's so funny. And I love how he's taping this in portrait mode. Somebody asked, I think it was Josh. Josh said, why did they file this? This is not going to end well for them. Like, this shouldn't be allowed to play out until the federal conspiracy case is over. Well, there's a statute of limitations on defamation. I believe in Massachusetts, it's 3 years. And if they're going to argue that TURTLEBOY and Karen started conspiring and defaming them in April of 2023, April of 2026 is where we are. And we are at the expiration of the statute of limitations. So they had to file it if they were going to file it ever. And they've been threatening to file it for a long time. So I don't think anybody's really surprised by this. Will it be successful is the question. Let's go.
I would like to introduce my friend and colleague, Alan Jackson, who has further remarks.
You know, it dawns on me in looking at this case, going up 1,000 feet and looking at this case, it dawns on me that if you have confidence in your evidence, if you have confidence in your case, you don't run from the facts. You don't try to hide the facts. You want the facts to come out. You want the truth to come out. What you just saw happen in this courtroom, does that sound like what the Commonwealth is doing? Does it sound like they're seeking the truth in this case? No. Or are they obfuscating the truth as we try to fight for it? As we try to use the court process? As we try to fight for Karen to get to the ultimate truth in this case? And the ultimate truth is she's an innocent woman, falsely accused, period.
Amen.
Yeah. And they should know that. They have every single resource available to them to know that. But like David said, we're not going to stop. We didn't stop in there. We're not going to stop on this stair step. We're not going to stop when we reconnoiter tomorrow and in the weeks to come and in the months to come. This is now our fight. Karen's fight has become all of our fight for some sort of justice. My suggestion is you folks can play a part in this. Don't you want to ask some questions? I know you do.
I do. I have been.
I know you do. Let me give you some examples. Here's some questions that you might want to think about asking. Why did Jennifer McCabe Google search how long to die in cold at 2:27 in the morning, 3.5 hours before she would have any reason to believe that John O'Keefe was dying in the cold in front of Brian Albert's house? How about that for a question?
Look at Liza Little. Look at Liza Little. Hold on. She changed her look when she got the bangs and stuff. Here she is right here. White shirt. You know what? I'm going to zoom in a bit. Scott McGinnis saying, seeing this speech may give people understanding why persons became so motivated to be boots on the ground in the Free Karen Read movement, why eventually a buffer zone was put in place. Crowds grew exponentially. Yes. And ask yourselves this. Did people come out of the woodwork to support Karen Read only because of TURTLEBOY, or were there other reasons? Did people actually do a deep dive into the documents and watch the court hearings on their own? Because blaming TURTLEBOY for all of the backlash received by the people in the house at 34 Fairview, the plaintiffs in this case, only Jennifer McCabe, Colin Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins. You know, people have minds of their own, believe it or not. People have minds of their own, and they actually can figure stuff out. Hold on. Let's keep going.
Why don't you ask the question, why did she scrub her phone? Why did she take the time to scrub her phone before she turned it into the police? Why did she delete any and all reference to her communications with Brian Albert on the 29th, on the 28th? Why did she go to the efforts to do that kind of thing? Here's another question. Why did Brian Albert get rid of the dog? Why did Brian Albert get rid of the basement floor? Why did Brian Albert get rid of the house? They say that a fish rots from the head first. Let's start with Proctor, Michael Proctor. who's conflicted in this case because he has deep family ties to the very people that he should be looking at as a suspect. How about asking him a few hard questions? For instance, Brian Albert, why didn't you come out of the house? There is a police officer, God bless his heart, a dead cop on his front lawn, and Brian Albert couldn't find it in his soul to even walk out the door. Why was he hiding in the house? What was he hiding in the house? And just like he didn't come out of the house, ask Michael Proctor, the lead investigator on this case, why did he not ever go into the house? From that day to this, he has never set foot in that house. How about forensic investigation? How about trace evidence? How about bloodstain patterns? How about the evidence of a fight? How about evidence of a dog? How about that? Those are the types of things that the Commonwealth doesn't want to answer. So now the cuts go from being from a dog to a cocktail glass in open court. It's funny how that morphs.
So many of you in the chat are saying that you learned about this case from other places. Like Be in Trouble says, the first place I ever heard about it was on the radio. It wasn't until I looked at Baden that I even started looking into evidence. And Be in Trouble, go over there to his channel and follow him at Be in Trouble 31. Did a ton of investigation on this case on his own. Spent his own money to go out there and buy a replica Lexus taillight to see how hard it would be to smash that taillight. And did some amazing experiments that he posted on YouTube. People are outraged about this case for a lot of reasons that don't involve TURTLEBOY. And many of you are saying here that you did not even know who TURTLEBOY was when you heard about it. You learned about it from Court TV. You learned about it from the radio. You learned about it from the newspaper. Learned about it from Emily D. Baker. Thank you, Sunshine Love. From your neighbors. And Melissa says, all this is doing is pumping us up again. Right. And isn't it reminding us all why we became invested in fighting for a woman that we don't even know? Many of you are from outside the U.S. You have nothing to do with Massachusetts, but you became outraged by this. The crowds that were outside verdict day, the crowds, was it ever estimated how many people showed up that day from all over the world to support a woman that they had never met? It's wild. I don't know anything about a restraining order ruling. Did it come out? I don't know. I could keep seeing people asking me if I know about it. I don't know. The judge said maybe he would issue it by Friday, but I don't mean, they had they gave him thumb drives of a lot of things to watch. And he said he was going to go home and watch them with his popcorn. And then they submitted their written closing statements on, I think, Wednesday. Today's Friday. I don't expect a decision today. I mean, Judge Tressler is on it. Mr. Reed said there were 3,000 people, said the Law Girls. Kraft Haskell says there was a mention of around 3,000 people. Right. Little Cupcake says we care about truth and justice. We care about protecting innocence from the abuse of power. Yep. Over 3,000 people. Oh, and see, Wild Goose says Melanie's reading Hank's diary led me to Emily C. She wrote Judge Tressler's diary the other day. You can't make this up. Somebody said they found it through Annie Elise. Right. On 13th, right. Brandy Churchwell, 13th juror, who just got married or had a formal wedding recently. I saw some wedding pictures on Instagram that are beautiful. I thought she got married on the beach. Maybe they just had a big wedding recently, or those are all old wedding pictures. I don't know, but she looks gorgeous. I love Brandy. One good thing that happened from Karen Reed's double persecution is that so many of us got to know each other and came together and created this community, the Snark Tank chat, because you're as outraged by injustice as I am. The hyperlinks are posted in the physical complaint. Nay. All right. So enrage us all over again with your bad self. Go on with your bad selves. Let's keep listening to Alan Jackson from May 3rd, 2023, because they want us to.
Glass in open court. It's funny how that morphs. You folks should be asking the hard questions. I know some of you are, and I know some of you will. We will not stop asking those questions. And by the way, we will get those answers. come hell or high water, we will get those answers. And like David said, they're not going to like it when we do.
Ellen and
That's all
David,
for
if
now.
what you're saying is true, it completely undermines the confidence in police and the state. What would you say to that?
I'm not going to make any further comments other than what I've already said. I don't think the state has any confidence in their own case.
So those are some subpoenas over there.
Look at how much different if he came after trial number 2. Look at the amount of media there. Not a lot. A couple of stragglers. Maybe there's 10 or 15 people. A couple of news trucks.
Show up opposing justice for a Boston cop. These are dirty people. Dirty, dirty people.
Dirty, dirty girl. Anybody watching The Testaments on Hulu? The follow-up to Handmaid's Tale? Dirty, dirty girl. Okay, listen to this. Hold on. Here's the crowd.
Fucking cop was murdered. And they have the nerve to show up opposing justice for a Boston cop. These are dirty people. Dirty, dirty people. Yeah, yelled at in court. Morons. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like it. Oh, I'm Aiden Kearney. Nice to meet you. Pleasure, pleasure. So, yeah, this is, who do we have over there? More attorneys. Anyone seen Jen McCabe? Is she hiding? Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
And people want pictures of him already, all the way back in May of 2023.
Nice to meet you. Oh, how about that?
Because he was reporting on stuff in Massachusetts regarding corruption for 10 years before Karen Reed ever came along. We're still all waiting for the truth. We still want justice for John O'Keefe. And you know what? If this renews the interest in finding justice for John O'Keefe, because now Jennifer McCabe, Colin Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins have decided to sue Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney for defamation, then so be it. So be it. The Afroman effect may be in full effect. Nobody knew that Randy Walters was the son of a bitch until Afroman made a video about it.
You love to know about the corrupt police. Right now, I want you to call student.
Okay, so that is the end of footnote 16. And sometimes it's nice to go back to the beginning. I didn't know who TURTLEBOY was in May of 2023. I wasn't even covering this case. I didn't start covering this case until January 2024. And the first time I ever talked about it was on Core TV. When that other person who will not be named on this channel, Jennifer Coffendoffer, tried her hardest to try and make me look like a fool when I said that John O'Keefe's right arm clearly came from an animal attack. And we know what happened after that. They started coming for me. And I left the old Twitter account that I had from like 12 years prior that I never posted anything on because everyone was tagging me on stuff and not in a good way. But yeah, I didn't cry about it. I just said it's a cesspool and I have no reason to engage there. Just like most adults who don't enjoy, defaming people and attacking people from behind fake names and arguing with people they don't even know all day long, which is wild to me. Why anybody would want to do that? I don't get it, but whatever. Moving on past footnote 16. We are during the video. We heard Kearney stated John O'Keefe was murdered by Brian Albert and by Colin Albert and that freaking dog and every other single person in that house who remains quiet to this day. Did he say that in that video? Did we not get to it? Hold on. Let me just listen to this over here. He's taking selfies. Hold on. Did he say it at the beginning? Okay, hold on, wait. Wait. All right, after he took some selfies, I didn't get it far enough in the video. Here's what he said that they're pointing to in their lawsuit. Hold on. He starts talking about why no Boston police officers came to support. Here we go. Oh, I don't know what just happened, but maybe StreamYard's having issues or YouTube. I don't know. I just went off the screen. Okay, here we go.
How'd it go today? I thought it went fantastic. I mean, there's a lot of energy here favoring the defense, favoring truth more than anything. I was disgusted by the people going up with support for JJ.
Wait a minute. What happened? Hold on.
I wanted to puke when I saw that because their presence in this courtroom support.
This is important. The justice for JJ thing. Hold on. Oh, the boost went off. That's what happened.
Supporting this corrupt because they up with support. I was disgusted by the people showing up with support for JJ. I wanted to puke when I saw that because their presence in this courtroom supporting this corrupt prosecutor, Adam Lally, who knows that Karen Reed did not kill him. He knows that. He's just too embarrassed and he's pushing forward anyway. Every single minute wasted going after Karen Reed is time that could be spent going after the actual people who killed. If anyone actually gave a shit about John O'Keefe, that's what they would be doing. They would not be participating in the farce that you saw on the right-hand side of that courtroom today, wearing their thin blue line shirts and their Boston police shirts. They have the nerve to wear that. A Boston police officer was murdered. And by the way, where are the Boston police? When Michael Chestnut was murdered, every single court hearing was packed with men in uniform from the Weymouth Police Department who had his back. 30 years ago, Chief Robert Mortel was killed in my town of Holden, the chief of Paxton. Every 5 years, his killers are up for parole. And every 5 years, state police, Holden police, and Paxton police show up in uniform to make their presence known to the parole board that they do not want his killers to go loose. Where are the Boston police? One of their own was murdered, thrown out like trash, and they're nowhere to be found. It's just, I don't know. I had 3 state troopers next to me. I don't know what side they're on, and that scares me. That scares me. Oh, is she hiding? Okay. Well, I got all day, Jen McCabe, if you want to come out, you know.
So I guess Jen McCabe was there and someone told him that she was there. You tell me what you think, but TURTLEBOY might gain a much larger following now that all of this stuff is being replayed and so many new people are involved in the interest in the Karen Reed saga. You tell me what you think.
There's only one way out, sweetheart. So I know you're watching, dear. Come on out whenever you want. We can have a conversation. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But, you know, it's hard to read a judge. It's hard to tell what the judge is thinking because, you know, they can't, you know, opine from the bench. They're going to take it all in. But I have faith, like I said, that the judge is an intelligent person, went to law school, can read and write, and has common sense. All you need is common sense to look at those wounds and know a dog did that, a cocktail glass.
I think his opinion on Judge Kearney changed. Remember, this was all the way back in May of 2023.
My God, how stupid do they think people are? Apparently, the right side of the courtroom, they think very little of them because they were fooled by that. They were impressed by that. And like I said, it's just so sad and disgusting. And there was some motion in there to hide the names of the children, like any of them give a shit about children. 2 children are left orphaned because John O'Keefe was murdered by Brian Albert and by Colin Albert and that freaking dog and every other single person in that house who remains quiet to this day and participated in the lie, including Sarah Levinson.
Okay, so hold on. The complaint, the portion of the complaint that they cite from this 23-minute video is John O'Keefe was murdered by Brian Albert and Colin Albert and their freaking dog and every other single person in that house who remains quiet to this day. So let's go back. That's the part that they're saying is defamatory.
And by Colin Albert, because children, like any of them, give a shit about children. 2 children are left orphaned because John O'Keefe was murdered by Brian Albert and by Colin Albert and that freaking dog and every other single person in that house who remains quiet to this day and participated in the lie, including Sarah Levinson, who lied and said that he never came in the house.
Okay. They did not quote this part about Sarah Levinson. So listen to this, including Sarah Levinson, who lied and said that he never came in the house. I wonder if they asked Sarah Levinson if she wanted to be part of this lawsuit. And she was like, hell no.
That's a lie. Julie Nagel, they're all
say
guilty
this.
of murder as far as I'm concerned. They're participating in it. And I just want them to know, because I'm sure they're watching, justice is coming for you too. When this eventually gets turned around, and when the charges are dropped against Karen Reed, and your people are arrested, charged, and put on trial, what side of history are you going to be on? What side of history are you going to be on? The wrong side. And then what are you going to do then? You're going to be screaming and you're going to be snitching so fast and off. You're going to take their deals, aren't you? I know, Sarah Levinson, you're going to take their deal. Of course you are. You're going to snitch so fast because you're an opportunist. You're an opportunist. And the second you see something that benefits you, you're going to take it. What's happening? So, yeah. We'll see. We're never going to stop, and man, she has good lawyers. Man, she has good lawyers. So they were.
And they're trying to shut him up. And another way that they're trying to shut him up is by this lawsuit. Will it shut him up? I don't know. Should it shut him up? Should he shut up? No, because everything he said so far is true. He's on the right side of history. All of us who have been screaming that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car are on the right side of history. And more people now are going to become invested in this case and maybe trying to find out who actually did murder John O'Keefe, what happened to John O'Keefe, and how this persecution could have ever properly been brought. And yeah, are they going to go after Howie Carr too? Right. Everyone says they're never going to shut him up. Mark, I don't know anything about that because I'm on the air.
Fantastic.
Why do you think nobody's flipped yet?
I think someone has, to be perfectly honest with you.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's go back to the papers. Take this down. If we could share two things at once, that'd be so great. But we can't. We have to go back and flip, back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth. On May 24th, 2023, we're now at paragraph 51 and only page 13 of the lawsuit. I told you this was going to take us multiple episodes to get through. In conjunction with publishing part 39 of his Canton Cover-Up series, Kearney published a YouTube video reacting to Jackson's press conference following another court appearance. In the video, Kearney stated Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert were involved. They are covering it up. In a subsequent blog post, he continued, the McCabes have the look of evil in them when you see them in person. These are people with no shame and aren't the least bit deterred by the fact that millions of people know that they participated in the murder and subsequent cover-up of a murder of a Boston police officer. Days later, on May 30th, 2023, Kearney published part 43 of his Canton Cover-Up series, wherein he discussed McCabe yet again, referring to her as Horseface and reposting a video that Kearney previously took confronting McCabe and calling her a cop killer. Notably, the blog post covered the denial of an ex parte harassment prevention order that McCabe sought against Kearney in Stoughton District Court, based on his repeated public harassment of her. However, McCabe's HPO request was not public information. Instead, Kearney received this information directly from Reed's counsel, Yannetti, who sent a text message to Kearney that McCabe's request for an HPO had been made and denied. In particular, Yannetti wrote to Kearney, HPO denied. Again, I'm assuming that these text messages are from Aiden's released complete and total phone extraction. Then on June 6, 2023, McCabe traveled with her husband to attend their children's sporting event in Billerica, Massachusetts. How do you like that pronunciation? Kearney traveled to the same event at Reed's behest with the purpose of accosting the McCabes, which he did in a video that he posted online. Kearney then wrote a blog post about the interaction stating, Jen and Matt McCabe do not deserve to live a normal life and pretend that they weren't involved in murdering a Boston police officer. In a subsequent video, Kearney again discussed his harassment of the McCabe family, stating, I went to her kid's lacrosse game and made a scene there and got kicked out because I kept calling her a cop killer. You know who else did that? Do you remember? Does anybody remember when JLR, who's been spending a lot of time outside of Nancy Guthrie's house, chased after Karen Reed, calling her a cop killer? when he came, I think, to Norfolk or Dedham for like one day. Anybody remember that? I remember that. Why would Yannetti sending Kearney a text message be a problem, though? Exactly. Exactly. They want to make Yannetti and Jackson witnesses so that they can't represent her in this. Not that David would. He's got a lot of other cases on his plate. But they're trying to show that Karen's attorneys were also involved in the conspiracy to defame Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins by sharing information with him. And that it wasn't just Karen sharing information, it was her attorneys too. Although they are not suing her attorneys, they are suing only Karen and Aiden at this point. Will they try and sue her attorneys? Your guess is good as mine. Let me just see how much we have to get to before we get to the, because I want to do the hyperlinks. You guys want to do the hyperlinks? I know it takes a lot longer, but I think the hyperlinks are really important. Because if you're just reading this and you have no idea who TURTLEBOY is, it sounds a lot worse, perhaps, maybe than it is. I don't know about anything about JLR or where he is or anything like that, but, you know, I'm not, again, don't put defamatory things in the chat, please. Hyperlinks are critical, right? Okay, good. Thank you. That's my opinion, too. So we're gonna do as much as we can. Paris Ray and the Crusher here. Woot woot. Hey. Okay, so right now we are here at footnote 17. I've pulled it up. In which Kearney states, Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert are involved. They are covering it up. This takes us back to 5/24/23. Footnote 17. I mean, remember how long it took us to get through the mega motion? I think it was, I forget how many episodes. I forget how many episodes it was. Oh, and this is 5/24/23. Here we go. And this was the Rule 17 hearing, 5/24/23. Eden Kearney outside the courthouse. Except the volume's not on.
How's that? I don't know how many of you were in there, but what just happened in that courtroom was a miscarriage. The Commonwealth is desperate not to.
I'm gonna zoom in a little bit on them.
Get the facts out in front of the public. They're desperate not to have witnesses testify. They're desperate not to have witnesses have to answer questions. And it's because they don't have any facts to support their theory of the case. They're desperate not to have the hearing tomorrow, which is why they wanted it today, in order to basically sandbag everybody so that the press, thank God somebody was here to cover it, that the press and the public didn't see what happened. This was absolutely a travesty, and the Commonwealth has been at this, and they've constantly tried to have their foot on Karen Reed's throat from the beginning. It's becoming so obvious and so transparent, and it's not going to work. I can tell you this, it's not going to work. We're going to continue at this over and over and over. I hope to God that the judge sees her way clear to grant the Rule 17 motion. I think it's very obviously it's relevant. It's material evidence that we need, that Karen Reed is entitled to, constitutionally entitled to, and hopefully the court sees it that way. But the Commonwealth's conduct in springing witnesses on us at the last minute, coming into court, citing those witnesses, knowing that I was on an airplane when I got the report from this new witness that they produced this morning. Isn't that convenient? At some point, you start asking yourself, is it incompetence? And then at some point, it becomes complicity. And I think that's where we're at with the Commonwealth right now. It's just ridiculous.
Do you file anything to go about?
We're going to consider that. We're going to consider filing. What we're going to consider our options. We need to reconnoiter a little bit and talk about it. David and I are going to have that conversation along with the rest of our team, and Karen's going to have input on it as well. But look, there are certainly avenues that are available to us if we decide to go down that road.
Is that going to negatively impact your third-party theory going forward?
No. The third-party, look, it's not. The third-party culpability facts are not just a theory. They're facts. The facts that the Commonwealth can't get away from. They're going to come out now, or they're going to come out at trial. Our hope was to have these during the litigation so that it doesn't just happen. Ultimately, it doesn't affect our third-party culpability facts because the facts don't change. That's the beauty of a case like this. We don't have to run from the facts. How many of you folks have seen the defense going after the facts the way we are, and the Commonwealth, conversely, hiding from those facts? Rarely happens that way. There's something to that.
Who's frustrating you the most? Is it the judge? Is it the district attorney, prosecutors? Who are you upset about?
Well, it's the process. The process that Karen Reed is having to suffer through right now is frustrating because she should be exonerated. What the Commonwealth should do is walk into the courtroom and say, you know what, we got it wrong. Mea culpa, we got it wrong. And we're going to go out and find the actual people who did this. That's what they should be doing. That's my frustration.
So is this a cover-up? And if so, who's leading the cover-up?
Your guess is as good as mine. That's what we're trying to figure out. That's exactly what we're trying to figure out. Certainly the Massachusetts State Police is involved. There are people that were in that house that are involved. Brian Albert is involved. Jennifer McCabe is involved. The rest of the folks that were in that house, there's some level of involvement by every one of them, every single one of them. And until we're not going to rest until we get to the bottom of exactly who's behind this cover-up, because not only Karen Reed deserves this. John O'Keefe deserves this, and has deserved this from moment one. And that's why we're not going to rest.
Can you update us on the dog?
No, the court obviously ruled in our favor as well. She should have on the dog record information. The process now is that the court actually sends the summons to the record holders. We're waiting for that to happen. As soon as the court sends that summons, then we will get the record.
Do you know where the dog is?
We don't yet. That's why we're seeking the records. Yeah, we have some suspicions, but we don't know.
Something you want to say?
No, Karen's not going to talk right now. Thank you.
She just said something. I think she might have something she wants to say.
Said it feels we're the only ones fighting for the truth of what happened to John O'Keefe. And me and my family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
And Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know. And we know who spearheaded this cover-up. You all know.
Yes, we do.
And no, she didn't do it. No, she didn't do it. This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it.
I tried to save his life. I tried to save his life at 6 a.m. I was covered in his blood. I was the only one trying to save his life.
Why do you admit to it?
She didn't admit to it.
This is a very famous clip that they tried to use against her. I think during the trial, you can let me know. This was May 24th of 2023. We all know who did it, Steve. They tried to spin it that she wouldn't answer the question and therefore she was guilty. Steve, who is Steve? I don't even know who Steve was. Is Steve a reporter? Who's Steve? Someone tell me who Steve is. That's a very famous quote and it's powerful. And you may have seen it before. Steve Cooper? Oh, thank you. I want to hear it again though, because this was fire. Beardless Alan Jackson, May 24th, 2023. He's a local reporter. Did he stop reporting on it? I know Steve. I know Ted Daniel. I know Christina Rex. I know but did Channel 7 Stephen Cooper, did he stop reporting on the case? I don't know. Did he get scared? Did they chase him away Did they come for him? Here we go.
Saying I think she might have something she wants to say.
Said it feels we're the only ones fighting for the truth of what happened to John O'Keefe. And me and my family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
And Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know. And we know who spearheaded this cover-up. You all know.
Yes, we do. And no, she didn't do it. No, she didn't do it. This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it.
I tried to save his life. I tried to save his life at 6 a.m. I was covered in his blood. I was the only one trying to save his life.
Why do you admit to it?
She didn't admit to it. She didn't admit to anything close to that. Nothing close to that. And you should know that.
That was like 3 or 4 times.
No, she didn't.
That's not true.
She asked a question. She asked a question, which is very different. She didn't admit to anything.
Was it a surprise with the motions to quash? Oh, you a Boston cop, you're not from Boston.
Okay, Turtleboy.
Keep up the good work, man.
Thanks. Excuse me, sir. Just a moment. Aiden Kearney, Turtleboy Daily News. Just have a couple questions for you. What's your name, sir? What's your name, sir? Are you a friend of John O'Keefe? Were you friends with John O'Keefe? Or are you one of these people who's involved in the cover-up? Which is nothing to say. You had a lot to say back there. Hi, miss. What's your name, miss? Are you here to support justice for John O'Keefe or here to cover it up? Just out of curiosity, just wondering. Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it.
That's Carl Dougal.
So I noticed you guys back there said that you believe, why did Karen admit to it? You realize she asked a question, correct? According to their own testimony, that she asked a question.
Oh, that's who said, why did Karen admit to it? It was Carl Dougal who said that? I didn't realize that. I thought it was a reporter. Okay.
Could I have done it? Do you think it's possible that Jen McCabe put that in her head? Are you guys friends with Jen McCabe? Who are you guys? Who are you guys? Why are you guys participating in the cover-up of the murder of a Boston police officer? Are you a cop killer? Are you involved? Are you involved? Are you a police officer yourself, sir? We'll find out. Pulse media? No, that's not it. Oh, is it better? Okay, so were you guys involved in covering up for John O'Keefe? Are you a Boston police officer? Who are you, sir? Who are you, miss? You had a lot to say back there. You had a lot to say back there. They got nothing to say now. You got very little to say now, folks. Very little to say now. All of a sudden, they got shy. They had a lot to say back there, but somebody actually, a real reporter, an award-winning journalist starts asking them questions. What do? They run away. They all run away. That's what they all do. Don't let that guy right there. That guy is helping to cover up a murder. He's a piece of shit. Do not let that guy walk around a polite society like he's some law-abiding citizen. He's not. He's a scumbag. He looked like a cop. Didn't he look like a cop? He wouldn't. He had a lot to say back there, but he can't even say his goddamn name. What a joke. What an absolute joke. Miscarriage of justice. But karma's coming for you, baby. Karma's coming for you. So I believe that's the defense. It's a tough day for them, but justice will come.
We still didn't get to the point that they quoted in the lawsuit. The sentence begins with Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert were involved. So when we get to that, that's what they quoted in the lawsuit.
Justice will come. Literally the entirety of their whole argument is, oh, she said I did it. No, she asked the question. There's a big freaking difference. I shot the clerk. I shot the clerk. Never seen my cousin Vinny? I shot the clerk. I shot the clerk. What's happening, brother? So here we are, Senator Dedham. Justice was certainly not served today. This judge is a joke. She's part of the problem now. Adam Lally. So I interviewed Jen McCabe after court. I'm going to upload that video to YouTube. The YouTube stream was not working for some reason, so I got to do it here on Facebook. So we'll save this stream, though, and I'm going to go live, do a post stream on my way home about the injustice that happened a little more in detail. But I am going to upload the video of me confronting Jen McCabe and Adam Lally after court. So stay tuned for that, Turtle Riders, and we will see you guys all shortly. All right.
This is still part of it.
What's up, everyone? Look at, I don't know what's going on YouTube. Like, never seen that before. It's an emergency. I'm not sure of what's going on here. The judge denied or allowed Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert's motion to quash the subpoena. They were both subpoenaed to testify at the evidentiary hearing tomorrow. And because Reddington and Greg Henning don't want to subject their clients to that because it would go horribly for them.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They have filed motions to quash the subpoenas, and they call it a fishing expedition. It's clearly not a fishing expedition. And the judge knows all this. It's just very clear at this point that the judge does not like, I mean, you can see it in her eyes. She does not like David Yannetti, and she really doesn't like Alan Jackson. And she even made a comment towards him at the end, like, you can just do this on Zoom. You don't always have to fly out here. Because they literally flew out here for the hearing tomorrow. And then while in the middle of their flight, they file a motion to cancel the hearing. I mean, how fucked up is that? I mean, this is the most blatant miscarriage of justice you'll ever see. Like, no other way around it. I think they were saying on the courthouse steps, 30 years of law, they've never seen anything like this before. So the good news is, the good news is that the feds are on. Like, as soon as the feds start indicting, this is going to go away. But until that happens, this is just more and more money for Karen Reed. Now, I'm not starting a GoFundMe. I don't do that. But if her attorneys start like a fund, they will definitely most certainly share it because, this is outrageous. Like, this whole thing today, I mean, you know how much money this cost Karen Reed today to do this? To fly all these people out here, get them hotels. Like, she has to pay for all that. The forensic expert, Richard Green, is the one who determined that Jennifer McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. And the Commonwealth is saying that, well, that's not true. He's wrong. He made a mistake. She's actually doing this. They have now, okay, so where's your expert? This is like the perfect time to have an evidentiary hearing where you hear from both experts and they both make their case about why they are right. What are your credentials? Have you done murder cases before? Can you explain how this works? And that would have obviously proven that this is all legitimate. Or, conversely, it could have proven for the prosecution that Rick Green is wrong. That would have been their chance to show. But they know that Rick Green is not wrong and that Rick Green is highly qualified and that the expert for the defense up until this point was State Trooper Nicholas Guarino, who, when he handed over the Celebrate data, a significant portion of it was missing. So he's not an expert. He's a state trooper. He's a detective. He would have gotten cross-examined and destroyed. He would have had no explanation for why all these deleted, like, he couldn't find the deleted stuff. He gave him all the stuff that wasn't deleted, but the deleted stuff he couldn't find because he's not qualified to do that. He doesn't know what he's doing. So that's where Rick Green comes in.
Happy birthday, Casey Paralegal. Happy birthday. Go back to the beach. Thank you so much. Thanks, Nona3, for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate you so much. You're the greatest. Welcome to all the new members.
Green is literally an expert from Sarasota, Florida, who was flown in for this hearing at the expense of Karen Reed and now will not get a chance to testify because they also filed a motion to cancel the hearing altogether, and they won that. They won that. I don't know if you guys were watching, if it was live streamed in court. They won that within 10 minutes of the hearing started. Greg Henning spoke first, and then David Yannetti spoke. And during David Yannetti's speech or whatever, she made it clear that she's allowing the motions to quash. No questions, whatever, just allowing it. And then they're like, okay, so now we're going to determine whether or not we're going to have the hearing tomorrow. And within 10 minutes, before Alan Jackson even got a chance to speak, she had already ruled that, well, the hearing's canceled. The hearing's just canceled. You got that? We're just not having a hearing. You have the Commonwealth's entire argument here is that the Google searches, the person who did that, he's wrong. And instead of finding out whether or not this guy's right or wrong, the judge is just like, nope. And that's what a judge can do. And if you saw the way the judge was looking at like the facial expressions of not wanting to be there when Alan Jackson and David Yannetti were talking, and the facial expressions that she had when Adam Lally was talking, it was like watching your kid at a recital. Like you're nervous for them. That's the way I would describe what she did. Like she looked nervous for Adam Lally, like she was rooting for him. Like, come on, you got this sport, you got this champ. You'll do your, because she knows him. He's a hometown kid. They argue cases in front of her all the time. You can tell she does not like Karen Reed's attorneys. And by the way, Karen Reed spoke today for the first time on the courthouse steps. And I think she was elegant and respectful. And she was interrupted by a Boston police officer by the name of Carl Dougal, who we're going to go through our chats before. Carl has been sending these story ideas for quite some time. Carl's one of the only Boston police officers stupid enough to believe that Karen Reed did this. Like, people that are that fucking stupid should not be cops. Carl, you should not be a cop, dude. You're a fucking moron. Like, the fact that you are a police officer, that you're in charge of investigating crimes, is a threat to everyone's safety in Boston. You should.
Okay, well, Carl Dougal isn't suing him, so let's go to the part where. Oh, what just had happened? What happened? I want to go to the part where he talks about what is mentioned in the lawsuit. So hold on. Here we go. And also Matt McCabe is not suing. It was Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, Jennifer McCabe.
Absolutely. They're in the courtroom. Guys, the killers are in the courtroom. It's time that the shake is going to be. How long will justice is on her side? The truth is on her side. And eventually she will be exonerated. The question is going to be, how long will she have to put up with this? You know, how much anxiety can a human being face?
And he was right. She was exonerated.
And in the meantime, you know, every minute wasted on this sham prosecution is time that could be used to go against and find the real people who did this. Like, it's absolutely, they're in the courtroom. Guys, the killers are in the courtroom. Matt McCabe, that fat fuck, that fat piece of shit, Matt McCabe, you cuck. Brian Albert's fucking your wife. How does that make you feel, asshole? We all know it. I mean, it's the worst kept secret in the world.
Well, I don't think they're suing for that statement.
Worst kept secret in the world. You cuck. You fat fuck with your belly there. Right. I mean, they came dressed in blue jeans with Justice for JJ buttons. Oh my God. How do you look your daughters in the face? And by the way, like, I don't know if you know this, like, it is affecting your kids. I believe your daughter had a college roommate, right? What happened to that? I know a little bit about that. People don't want to be associated with your kids anymore. You understand this? God, you fucking people are despicable. Despicable.
Language warning.
So I'm going to have a lot more to say. I'm going to write about this when I get home, guys. And I'm going to have a lot more to say on the live show tonight on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. It should work fine when I'm at home. I'm guessing just my phone overheating or some shit. I have two. But we'll see you guys all tonight at 9 o'clock sharp for the live show. The Celtics are back.
Okay. So that was that, as referred to in footnote 17. Footnote 17 of the lawsuit. And we're only on page 14, and this is 50 pages, and it's going to be a while. But let me point this out to you, too. In order to prove defamation, the court is likely going to assign them at least limited purpose public figure status, the plaintiffs, because they were witnesses in a worldwide, very high profile murder case. And so to some extent, the argument can be made that they are limited purpose public figures. I'm trying to get rid of this banner here. There we go. Because they were clearly they had central roles in this worldwide trial. And in order to prove defamation, they have to prove actual malice. They have to prove that Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney knew that their statements were false or they acted with a reckless disregard for the truth. The problem is that Karen Read has been exonerated of the murder of John O'Keefe, and nobody else has been prosecuted or convicted for the murder of John O'Keefe. They try to overcome this in the complaint by saying that Karen Read admitted to it, by saying, I hit him, and that she allegedly fed Aiden Kearney, all of this stuff. But again, what stuff so far that we've watched did Karen Read allegedly provide Aiden Kearney with that was actually false information? So the plaintiffs are going to need to prove that Karen and Aiden knew that all the stuff that they were saying or that he was saying was false. That's just one of the hurdles. Let's get back to the chat. Frankie says, didn't the software company admit they changed their software and that's why the 227 didn't show on the report? They did. It showed initially, and it showed that she deleted it initially, and then Celebrite changed their software because, I don't know, I can't remember exactly why they said they changed it. Was it because Richard Green called Ian Whiffen and Ian Whiffen brought it to their attention, and now they say that the timestamp isn't really a timestamp? Thanks, Frankie, for your 5. Andrea says, although many supporters learned of the case through other sources, Aiden was the spark that started it all. For many people, that is true. That's the reason a lot of people started showing up there. Scott McGinnis, you can tell me what made you start showing up there. Hey Girl Hey says, to prove defamation, don't they have to prove that TURTLEBOY doesn't believe what he is saying is true? Yes, and knows it to be false. Yes. How can they prove that? That's a great question. And they're going to need to prove it and try and overcome the anti-SLAPP litigation or the anti-SLAPP statute in Massachusetts. And here's the test, according to the statute. Karen Read and Aiden Kearney must show that the lawsuit is based on their petitioning activity. For example, statements made to influence court proceedings or public commentary on a criminal trial. But the plaintiffs have strategically drafted their complaint. We're not even anywhere near done with it yet. To argue that their conduct was not legitimate petitioning because they're alleging a coordinated scheme between Karen Read and Aiden Kearney to, quote, subvert and prejudice the criminal justice process. And there are some recent rulings in the Massachusetts SJC that make this a stretch for the plaintiffs and a high bar to overcome. Because if a judge finds that the statements were made as part of a legitimate public interest defense, the plaintiffs have to prove that the statements had no reasonable basis in fact, which is a difficult thing to prove based on Karen Read's acquittal and based on all of the public statements made by her attorneys, all of the evidence, all of the actual police reports, which we have read together. Some of them we read again today. Jen McCabe's 911 recording, and so much more that is covered in this lawsuit in the hyperlinks that we're still not. It's going to take probably 3 shows to do this. We've already been here for 4.5 hours today. So it's a good time to still smash the like button. And you can have time to catch up on this before we come back for part 2. Justin Earl Mom says, will we finally find out what's in the proffer? I don't know if Brian Higgins ever did really give a proffer. That was like a rumor. And I don't know if he did. Will he be questioned about it? Maybe. I mean, that's a good point. Thank you for being here for 18 months. Silver Fox 26 says the federal jury did not believe Jen's story, yet here we are again, but Jen's story was real. How many civil cases are they all in with this same situation? Well, there's the O'Keefes versus Karen Read, Waterfall, and C.F. McCarthy's. That's one suit. That's in Plymouth County. The Karen Read versus everybody case, which includes Higgins and Jen McCabe, and Brian Albert, but not Colin Albert, was originally filed in the county in which Karen lives and was removed to federal court by the defendants, also including Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, etc. It's a violation of civil rights complaint and civil conspiracy, but not defamation. And then this is a defamation case brought by some of those same defendants, plus Colin Albert, against Karen and Aiden now. I'm sure by the time we get to part 2, more things on this will have dropped. Carmen says, we also covered the Charlie Kirk case. I just don't have time for that one, but I will tell you that Andrea Burkhart is doing an amazing job. I love Andrea. She's my dear friend. So go over to LawTuber Andrea Burkhart if you want to follow Charlie Kirk. I can't cover everything, and that's just one of the things that I just don't have time for. She says the prosecution in that case seems to be acting much like this one did. More questions than answers. Thank you. Hey, girl. Hey, we just went over this one, right? Okay. Thank you so much. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before we wrap. Oh, wait, hold on. Dobie Mama says, Melanie, when you get a chance, watch Carrie's interview. She says that Lankin Jill Daniels was at her house for a party when she met Karen for the first time. Not heard that before. Love you with all my heart. Oh, I promise you I play Fervent for you. And so I always keep my promises. And also it helps Fervent maybe get some more subs. So Fervent did a 4-minute recap of the Kerry Roberts. What just happened? Why am I freezing? Hello? I saw myself freeze. Kerry Roberts interview with note my objection. So let us take a look at that so that you guys can be entertained for a moment. Shout out to on YouTube as Fervent HOSP. Thank you for your 20, Dobie Mama. I love you with all my heart. Felicia said it's not defamation if Karen Reed and TURTLEBOY truly believed that what they said, and as long as there wasn't obvious proof to the contrary. Right. Nicole said, footnote 15 confirms even more that Jen knew all along. I had never seen this before, and I thought, oh shit, great job, TURTLEBOy. And that is what you were saying. That was about the 911 calls, right? Let's have Fervent play us out, because I know that you will go over there and sub and like. And I don't know how many of you watched this interview. It was something like an hour and a half long. So here's Fervent's channel. There it is. 7,000 subscribers, 7.02 subscribers. And this is a recap in 4 minutes. Oops.
Appearance on the Note My
Enjoy.
Kerry Roberts made an appearance on the Note My Boston Accent broadcast on Thursday. This is the mandatory 90 minutes a week that we have to devote to people making us feel bad for believing in science and medicine. The host starts off by saying that not enough people focus on the vicious harassment you've endured. Really? That's the only thing these people talk about. It's literally their favorite subject. Kerry says John was thrust into the single mom role. 3 years of following this case, and I didn't realize that John was a single mother. I guess it was beneficial to listen to this. We get a couple of interesting tidbits that we hadn't heard before. Apparently, Mike Lank and his wife were there when John first introduced Karen to Kerry and her group of friends. She also remembers when the ice cream truck visited her, and she said she was crying, telling them they have to clear this up. She was like, they're saying a 17-year-old did this. No matter how old he is, Colin will always be referred to as a juvenile. The FBI was like, we don't know who the target is. AKA, Karen is not the target. The Fed subpoenaed her to testify at the grand jury, but she didn't end up getting called. Loftus prefaces everything she says by saying, well, I'm a lawyer. I look at things from an attorney's perspective, accept the evidence in this case. But Loftus was like, you know why they didn't call you, kid? You didn't fit their puzzle. It's
thanks, Courtney. I just heard that. Now Nan is over there trashing Kelly Reed. All right, folks, we ride. I don't engage on the cesspool of Twitter. And it's interesting how Nan won't go on anybody's show like Brian LTL to actually say this on the air. She just keeps protecting her tweets and then unprotecting her tweets. And she actually paid $99 to Truth and Transparency to say Karen Reed hates Melanie and Melanie Little has a dick. Okay, it's true. You can find it. Go to Makazi's channel to watch it, because that's how much she will take. That's how much it costs for her to say something like that, or she will pay to say something like that. That's how much she will pay to say something like that. So there's nothing that I like to say more than I was right. Keep listening to Fervent, and here we go.
It's more like she was a piece of their puzzle because she confirmed to them that she never heard Karen ask Jen to Google hypothermia. Kerry says she was surprised to learn that Liza Little was going to be the lawyer cross-examining her during the first trial. She seemed insulted by this. This is also the woman who wanted Sandra Bullock to play her in a movie and instead got this. Kerry says if the McCabe's and Alberts had something to hide, why would they keep her in the group? Great question, Kerry. You're so close to figuring this out. She says that John O'Keefe's nephew's baseball uniform is hanging in D&E, just in case you had any sympathy for these people. She says the FKR supporters don't really get to her, and she laughs while saying, "You're not getting Peggy to change her mind." Loftus says the FKR people are not all there. Meanwhile, here's a clip of Loftus.
I had to tell you, do you know who's retrying the Kearney case? Hank Brennan. We're going to find out.
Kerry says all the evidence pointed to one person. Yes, Kerry, all the planted evidence and false statements pointed to the person they wanted them to point to. Her determining factor that Karen is guilty is the cocktail glass found next to his body. She says, you really believe that he went in the house with the cocktail glass, got beat up, attacked by a dog, they dragged him out and he held the glass in his hand the whole time? Or they put the glass with the body, Kerry? Have you thought about that? Loftus, for the 55th time, says, I'm a lawyer. I only look at the public record. She then proceeds to reference TURTLEBOY texts that were leaked online. We get a golden quote from Loftus, who says, people will double down despite evidence contradicting their theory. I agree. Kerry says she knows several people who are on the other side, meaning the Free Karen Reed side, and then have moved over to her side. If you started on Karen Reed's side and then after the trials decided to switch sides, a lobotomy will need to be conducted. Loftus ends by saying, all the people that come at you and come at me, they never argue the substance of the case. Well, Loftus, that's because it's a very quick conversation. In the words of Melanie Little, a car did not hit John O'Keefe, and John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. That is backed by medical science. It's backed by engineering science. It's backed by the laws of physics. It's backed by common sense. All right, now that that's over with, I hope we can just put all this conversation about harassment and defamation behind us.
Oops.
Oh, fuck.
I love Fervent. Thank you, Fervent, for that. Thank you also. Somebody just said that the restraining orders were both revoked. I don't know. I haven't seen that. And I have nothing in my inbox about it. But I would like to thank Donna for 3 matcha lattes for tuning in from Ireland. I love you so much. You're the greatest. Thank you also from Terry. Thank you so much, Piney Woods, for your Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Thank you also to Deborah for your Venmo. Why no Nicole, Matt, or Carrie as plaintiffs, do you think? I guess they don't feel like they were defamed. I mean, Matt has, he's married to Jen. I guess they feel like they have the strongest cases, perhaps. And I don't know. For those of you who got timed out, I have nothing to do with it. It's my mods. I trust them 100%. If you're timed out, that means you're coming back. So don't worry about it. If you for some reason are blocked, and YouTube sometimes does that, just Aiden said they were terminated. Okay. But no ruling yet. Okay. Wiretapping, not rule. I don't know anything. Okay. And then anybody else here that I need to thank? All right. I think I'm good on that. Don't send me the mean shit that people say about me on Twitter. I don't care. Just don't do it. I don't care. I don't need to see it. I try and stay away from it until it becomes to the point where it needs to be discussed. And then it's discussed, because some people just are trying so hard to remain relevant that it's absolutely, it's sad. It's sad. Carrie Roberts admitted her family and Lank's holiday. Okay. Thanks, Annie. I appreciate you. Thanks for your super chat. Bridget says, United we stand. Free Turtle Boy and Karen Reed. Thank you. Are you going to cover Caleb Flynn trial? Yes, we are. It got pushed into beginning of May. I'm not sure exactly what the day is going to be yet. He's the guy from American Idol. We've talked about it before. And Dobie Mama says, Turtle Boy just tweeted that both the restraining orders were terminated. I don't know if there's a written decision on that yet. Thank you, Dobie Mama, for telling me that. But in the meantime, I got to go. We've been here for almost 5 hours. Like, thank you so much for spending so much of your day with me. You guys are awesome. Smash the like on your way out. Comment after the stream. And do all the things that YouTube likes, because the algorithm is trying to push you away from long form content. And we don't like that, because we like long form content. And I'll just put this up again. The Kelly Reed said earlier, the Reed family loves and appreciates Melanie. She's been here for 11 months. And now Nan Gallagher is out there attacking Kelly Reed. So, I mean, I guess I could say that I'm not surprised, because I'm really not. Oh, and Lana is streaming me. Who's Lana? Oh, the truth and transparency person. Yeah, she does that. She does that. All right, you guys. I love you all. I will see you again real soon. Good luck out there. It's the wild, wild west. And don't believe everything you see on the internet. Peace.